No audio.
Award, or are you receiving the award?
We're presenting it. So
Okay.
we did receive it. The city of Marque received the award from the
Okay.
Texas Water Utility Association.
Would you be so kind as to tell us what this award is, and how we were selected to receive this award?
Yes, sir. Just a little bit of background information, because I know it's been asked from the dais a couple of times. How do we in Public Works, how do we give training? How are we able to work with other cities? And this is one of the many ways that we do. Every one of our licensed operators are part of the Texas Water Utility Association. We do get together in the Gulf area. The Gulf area district is from Galveston up to LaPorte. So all these cities get together once a month where we have free training. We get together and just network with other cities, other operators. We've all been a part of the board multiple times, whether as president or secretary, and just different areas. And so the Gulf Coast Water, or not the Gulf, the Texas Water Utility Association, they actually oversee probably about, if I just had to roughly guess, maybe a little over 50 districts across Texas, where all the cities just kind of go into their areas. And so once a year they get together and to present awards. We had one last year for the Operator of the Year award that one of our operators received for a medium-sized city. This year they nominated, and we were nominated, and we won what's called the Alliance Award. And what that shows is just our commitment to not just the utility association, but also to just surrounding areas and to the water and wastewater operations. Just how we've served. We've held meetings here. I've mentioned this before, and we're not ready to present this yet. But it's something I've mentioned, how we're working with other cities. We're currently working with Gulf Coast Water Authority and collaborating with other cities to get a no-match grant through the Texas Water Development Board that will allow us to utilize this company called Asteria. What they do is they have airplanes equipped with satellite radar that fly over cities and kind of map out the area. And through this grant, we'll be able to get 2 flyovers, and we will be able to see all our water leaks, especially the ones on the ground that we don't normally see, or maybe in those hard to reach areas, and be able to pinpoint and reduce our water leaks even more. I'm bringing that up again, not just because it has to do with the award, but we have made progress with that. And I'm just looking forward to when we'll be able to actually finally present that. And we're just excited to continue to serve not just our city here, but we help out throughout the district that we're in. So,
Absolutely, absolutely.
and that's the award that they gave us. But
Do you want me to come down, Shannon?
yes, sir, you can. I mean, it talks.
How-
But yeah, it says on here, for astounding support and dedication to the association and to the industry. Alliance Award for the city of Marque.
His name is Shannon Bro. He is the public works director.
You want to hold it? Hey.
Let's
Yeah, we can.
get-
Yes, sir.
We have an outstanding public works department, in particular and especially under the leadership of young Mr. Grove. Let's give our public works department a round of applause. Thank you, Shannon. We have 2 proclamations tonight. First one is to the Baby Stewart Foundation. This is Ashley. Welcome, Miss Ashley. How are you? Good to see you. Office of the Mayor for the City of Lamar, proclamation. Whereas in the face of unimaginable loss, the Baby Stewart Foundation was born in 2015 as a beacon of compassion, resilience, and hope, created to honor the life and legacy of Baby Stewart and to serve families experiencing the pain of infant loss and hardship. Whereas for the past 10 years, the Baby Stewart Foundation has served as a pillar of healing and outreach, walking beside families in their most vulnerable moments and ensuring that no parent faces loss or crisis alone. And whereas through its unwavering commitment to service, advocacy, and education, the foundation has brought light to the silent struggle surrounding infant loss and has provided care packages, emotional support, and community programming that uplift and empower grieving families. And whereas the impact of the Baby Stewart Foundation has touched countless lives, thanks to the vision, dedication, and selfless work of its founders, volunteers, and supporters who have turned sorrow into service and loss into love. And whereas the 10th anniversary of the Baby Stewart Foundation is a time to reflect on a decade of meaningful service, honor the memory of lives gone too soon, and celebrate a legacy that continues to bring comfort, dignity, and hope to countless individuals. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council, by virtue of the authority vested by the city of Marque, Texas, do hereby proclaim October 1st, 2025 as Baby Stewart Foundation Day in the city of Marque, and urge the community to celebrate a decade of healing, hope, and heartfelt service. And may the Baby Stewart Foundation continue to grow in strength, love, and purpose for years to come. And testimony whereof, witness my hand and the seal of the city of Marque this 19th day of September 2025. Keith Bell, Mayor. Let's give the Baby Stewart Foundation a round of applause. Ashley, the work that you do is far more important than the work that we attempt to do here on this dais. I could not imagine having lost one of my children as an infant. And then I certainly could not fathom turning that pain into purpose and moving forward to move an entire community. We honor you because you are one of Lamarck's finest. And we are so thankful that you have decided to perform this mission in our great city. We need you more than we've needed many folks that have come across this dais. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. All this started after the loss of my son, CJ Stewart, in 2015. I moved back to Lamarque to heal, to empower my community, uplift my community, and to also be a resource. Serving is not beneath me. I enjoy this community, the community that shaped me, the community that I love. Thank you all for continued support over the 10 years. Thank y'all so much.
God bless you. God bless you. All Union Church Founders Day. Are there any representatives from Paul's Union? Look at those two handsome gentlemen. I certainly cannot, would not take the credit for this. Our friend, the councilwoman from District D, called me up and asked me, what would we be doing for Founders Day? Hello? What would we be doing for Founders Day? And I said, I don't know, Miss Tanya, what do you think we should do? And she said, I would recommend that we honor the city's foundings by honoring this great church, Paul Union's Church. So gentlemen, we welcome you. We thank you for your service in our community. And we thank you for the great Paul Union Church because it brings so much vibrancy to our community. The members of your church have served our community well, have been great residents of this great city. And again, we appreciate all that you have done in the past, what you are doing now, and we look forward to the wonderful things that Paul's Union will continue to do for this great city in the future. Office of the Mayor for the City of Lamarque, proclamation. Whereas the year 2025 marks the 130th anniversary of Paul's Union Church, a congregation founded in 1895 and faithfully committed to serving God and community through worship, outreach, and fellowship. And whereas for 130 years, Paul's Union Church has stood as a spiritual cornerstone in the lives of its members and the wider community, offering a sanctuary of faith, a source of strength, and a guiding light through times of both joy and challenge. And whereas the church has not only preserved its historical legacy, but also has embraced the call to evolve and serve the needs of a changing world, remaining rooted in the word while reaching outward in love. And whereas the church's enduring presence reflects the dedication of its pastors, leaders, congregants, and supporters, past and present, whose collective faith, labor, and vision have sustained and strengthened this beloved institution across generations. And whereas the 130th anniversary of Paul's Union Church marks a time to honor its rich heritage, celebrate its enduring presence, and look forward with faith and hope to the future. Now, therefore, we, the mayor, the city council, by virtue of the authority vested by the city of Marque, Texas, do hereby proclaim October 8th, 2025 as Paul's Union Church Founders Day in the city of Marque, and recognize and commend Paul's Union Church for 130 years of faithful ministry, and extend our heartfelt congratulations and blessings for continued growth, unity, and impact for generations to come. In testimony whereof, witness my hand and the seal of the city of Marque, this 19th day of September 2025, Keith Bell, Mayor. Let's give a round of applause to Paul's Union Church. Absolutely. Words.
Oh, words. It's been a privilege to be pastor of church for many, many years. And on Sunday morning, we have a small group that meets. We just teach Bible. That's Bible teacher. Try to teach people how to understand the Word of God so that they can use it effectively in their lives. And you don't have a church, welcome you to come visit with us. We don't meet in the main auditorium that's up front. We meet in the fellowship hall in the back. And we have a morning worship service, and then we have a Sunday school. Welcome you to come and visit with us if you'd like. Thank you.
Absolutely. God bless you. Pastor, would you come back to the microphone and give everyone your address?
It's 1709 Oak Street. It's just across the railroad track, parallel to Highway 3. Well, the cemetery, city cemetery. We're sitting on that property right there.
Sit across from the cemetery?
Well, we sit in the cemetery. We're that church right where the cemetery is. I think 1709 Oak Street, I believe is the exact address.
And your name?
I'm Doug McBrayer. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Mhm.
All right, we're at item 5, citizens' participation. Have we resolved the issue of sound? Very good. Citizens' participation limited to 3 minutes. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who has signed up may speak to the council. It'll be limited to 3 minutes. There is a timer to your right and to my left that will keep time. If wishing to speak, give the mayor or the presiding officer your full legal name, your address, and the item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. Press *6 to mute or unmute yourself if you're participating via telephone. Press the microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen. If you are visiting with us on the Zoom platform, on your smartphone, tablet, or computer. And if you are here with us in person, when your name is called, there is a microphone and a podium at the center of this aisle. When you are called, please approach and you will be heard. Let's be mindful that this still is America, and so the First Amendment prevails. But let's also be mindful that we are requesting that as much as possible, we be respectful of one another
and kind toward one another, we can express anything and everything our heart desires by keeping those two parameters. Thank you for your consideration. Are there any persons online wishing to speak?
I'm right here, Mayor.
Hello,
Can you hear
Mr.
me?
Harvey. Yes,
How you doing?
I can.
First of all, I just want to say it's mind blowing to me that the city is bankrupt, but you guys still find a way to purchase plaques and give out awards before the meeting starts. But also, I've always been opposed to framing issues around racism and fanning the flames of racism. I never have liked to do that because I know that tactic is used to divide and conquer people. But when it comes to talking about Councilman Joseph Lowry, I cannot ignore his tactics because they are clearly about party lines and race. Lowry constantly advertises himself as someone who exposes corruption. But if you look closely, his definition of corruption seems to be Democrats and black people. Meanwhile, he openly supports Sheriff Jimmy Fullen and Chief Deputy Joel Caldwell and others who are some of the most corrupt law enforcement officials in the county. Their public records and reputations state this, and they are worse than anyone's. Yet Lowry praises them, has donated campaign contributions that get him favoritism from them, and he calls them honorable men. At the same time, he relentlessly attacks Mayor Bell, Councilwoman Yancey, and the mayor of Texas City, whose records make them look like Boy Scouts compared to the records of the sheriff, chief deputy, and the others. The hypocrisy is mind-blowing. On a personal level, Lowry and his wife Sarah have stalked, harassed, targeted me repeatedly. They prank call me, mail things to my home. Lowry has even called my landlord in an attempt to get me evicted. Sarah Lowry has left multiple harassing and unprofessional voicemails, which I have publicly posted. People who know her very well and for very long have positively identified her voice as the culprit. At Councilwoman Yancey's recent press conference, Lowry and his wife showed up and acted like children. They caused chaos before the event started, told people to shush and shut up. Lowry repeatedly invaded people's personal space, holding items inches away from people's cameras to block their view. All of this is on video, and the whole world has seen it. Lowry doesn't respect judicial orders unless he has bought and paid for them to favor him. And when Judge Mark Gelman issued a protective order against him, instead of respecting it, Lowry immediately started making unprofessional posts, slandering the judge and calling him names. Then he appealed the judge's decision, which is dragging his victim through the mud even more, forcing her to pay her lawyer for another round of legal battles. We've raised almost all of the money for her lawyer. She has. And we're about $800 short. The GoFundMe link is online and will be in the description of this video. Joseph Lowry is a disgrace.
Mr. Harvey, I got it. I got it. I got it.
Right,
I got it. Thank you. Mr. Harvey, your time is up, sir.
All righty. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other persons online wishing to speak? Very good. We will move to those that are here before us. Mr. Mike Bach. Welcome, Mike. As we come up, let's make sure that the timer is on 3. That way you get your full 3 minutes.
Mike Bach, Long Ridge Drive here in Lamarck. I'm up here to speak on behalf of this doom and gloom with this budget. And it's in reference to the Bayou Fest payout. Bayou Fest water under bridge is done. Where I have heartburn is the money that was promised by others and the former city manager to that group. They're promising the whole Bayou Fest, okay, funds, which is over $100,000. Okay, with that being said, they made a profit last year with the city's $20,000 donation. Why did they need over $100,000? unless they're putting it in their pipe. You know, okay, so the reason why it's heartburn for me is there's two contracted funds to the Bayou Fest. I've spoke to y'all before about asking the city attorney to change that from Bayou Fest to city events, special events, whatever you want to call it. He's capable of doing, perhaps even Miss Holly's capable of handling herself. So I'm on the Parks Board, I'm on the Special Events Committee. We were told last Wednesday, Special Events Committee, that they're already granting the VTR group that 60,000 contractual money. Their event's not till April. We were told the the Harvest Festival, the Veterans now, the Veterans Breakfast, and the time-honored city Christmas parade possibly won't happen unless somebody comes up with sponsorship. Now that's a travesty as far as I'm concerned. You got a company, group making money over here, and we can't even handle our time-honored traditions. And they ask us. Well, I'm telling you what, y'all know I got heartburn about that. I didn't cause the problem. You know, I granted city managers have a hard time dealing with the finances, but there's other ways to do it. Matter of fact, the $10,000 from Prax Air, Mr. Doug with the TR's zone out of Omega Bay knows all about it. Y'all can get him to switch that over. That fund actually should go to Highland Bayou Park, period, just for park repairs, because we got that fund because pipeline goes through the back of the park. You know, with that being said, you know, I know there's got to be hard decisions made. She's patted herself about cutting $2 million, but yet she ain't cut to 60,000 plus from this organization that makes money, and the city's events are free. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, I'm gonna need help. I don't mean to butcher your name, but it is in cursive. Is it Serena? 1900 poem. Welcome.
I first want to talk about the hurricane last year. I live next to a county-owned property, and a tree came down during the hurricane, and so I've been trying to get that tree removed for a year now. And now another big branch has fallen against my fence, and it's too heavy for me to do anything with. And so I've been trying to get all this taken care of, and my fear is because I'm in District C is why I can't get any resolution. Why I can't get this tree taken care of on county property. So that's what I have to say about that. And then on 611, the ordinance thing that we're talking about, I'm voting no to any increases. I'm not for that until we have a forensic audit of all departments to find out where this money has gone before we hand any more money over to be managed by people. And that we need to weed out the bad actors so that we can get back to business and take care of this city and let it flourish. And the more that you push back against a forensic audit, the guiltier you look. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor Bell, if I may.
What, is it a point of information?
Yeah, if I can get your information, I'll personally come remove that branch off your property. If you can,
And hers
And in
too,
mine.
and his too, and theirs too.
yes, ma'am, I will.
All right. Elizabeth Turner. Welcome, Miss Elizabeth. Name and address for the record, please.
Elizabeth Turner, 2010 Howell Avenue, Lamarque. It's my first time here. My thing is, why didn't some people put their thinking caps on here about this? This is not new. What do the citizens of Lamarque, what are we going to gain from this tax increase? You've literally put the biggest burden on our town. And I was listening to the first award that was given out. And as it was read, it even stated, we're a medium size town. Think about what these taxes, they'll cripple us. Right now, I inherited the home, this home that I'm currently in. I moved mountains to get it through probate and in my name legally. And I expect the same respect back from my city and my council members as well. Why wasn't this brought up sooner? I mean, you just can't dump something like this. You know, if I have to go and take my water bill to City Hall and I say, hey, I screwed up my budget this month, can you give me a pass? Tell me how many of y'all gonna let me pass? You're gonna want that money immediately. Well, I expect the same in return. I pay my bills in this town and I expect to hear results from this. And it's going to be even hard for people like myself who is wanting to look for permanent retirement. Put my house on the market. Just the thought of that. Who's going to want to buy in this town? And think of the small business people here that own businesses. I'm big on mom and pop business in this town, majorly big, and I feel for them. I don't see how any of this is going to secure our future as well. What will be the next stumbling block that the city of Lamarque will dish out at us, but we have to take it. We have to accept it. We need answers and we need them now. You're killing us. You're putting the biggest burden on it. And I don't see what you're able to give us, what we're going to gain from this. I need somebody to tell me, what am I going to gain from this tax increase? My water bill, the whole 9 yards. I'm fortunate because I don't flood, but I read a lot of neighbors out here that can't get proper drainage. And my heart goes to them because we all know we deal with mosquitoes and things of this nature. But it's time. We need answers and we need them now.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Mitchell. Welcome, Robert. Name and address for the record.
Robert Mitchell, 24 North Curlew Street, Marque. I emailed y'all a letter and I posted it all over social media. I'm not one to like to just identify a problem. I'll try to give you a solution. And that is a solution that I put in there that will work so that you don't have to raise these taxes. If you've got another one that you can do without raising the taxes, fine. I know that one will work. There's several answers in there that still need to be answered by you, Miss Holly. But fellas, ladies, Councilman Griffin, do you want to be remembered for raising these taxes like this? Mr. Compion, do you? I know you don't. You've heard from these people. My taxes are frozen. You're right. And you're saying, well, why am I up here? Why do I care? I got a lot of neighbors that their taxes aren't frozen. And we got houses after houses for sale and they're not turning. And this just makes it even worse for the city, for all the developers, the new development, everything. This is crushing. I don't care whether it's 1 penny. But now y'all are in trouble with that new SB 1851 law that says you got to stick to the no new revenue tax rate because you didn't get an audit in. It's not our fault. It's not our fault that the money was just spent and not accounted for. Not the public's fault. And we should not, and these businesses, a 14% increase, even 1%, anything, it hurts. You know, I don't know what you're thinking. But you're going to have a lot of problems you pass this thing. You've got to fix. You can work through it. I've been on there with you in the past where we've had to work to get that reserve fund back up. You might want to look at how that's calculated because you don't calculate in your debt payments and everything in that. So you'll bring that down a little bit. But we've gone through this before and it can be done again. But you got to stop the reckless spending. And you got to get back to accountability on all those accounts. We're on there. They transferred money from an account. We had to approve it. And we had to ask what it was for. Anyway, that's what I got to say. Y'all have the solution.
Thank you, Robert. James DeWalt. Welcome, James. Name and address for the record.
Name is James. I live right there on Pearl Street. I was born and raised around here in Marque. I left here, went to the military for 25 years. I've been stationed all over the United States and all over the world. I'm gonna talk about something a lot of people don't like to talk about. Let's talk about this police enforcement you got going on around here. You all need to get in these police cars at nighttime or ride in your personal vehicles and see what's going on. This over police in the black neighborhoods and the brown neighborhood is out of control. You got people getting stopped at night, evening time, 5, 6 o'clock at night. You got 5, 6 police cars rolling up on you, which is off the chain. I got stopped going down the street. Police officer seen me pull out the gas station. Headlight blow it out. He saw me out there trying to fix it. He pulled me over a block later. He gonna tell me, say, this particular truck, all the headlights on the left-hand side are always blowing out. You thought about that? Come on now. It don't work like that. If you see me, all you gotta do is say, sir, just give you a warning, see you about your way, and keep it at that. But it's old policing. I got another friend. His wife was walking down the street by 12 o'clock in the afternoon. She walking on the wrong side of the street. They gave her a warning talking about she was impeding traffic. People walking down the wrong side of the street every day of the week. And you stop them for walking on the wrong side of the street in daytime? That's not a problem. Another thing is, why we got no black police officers? Can anybody answer that question? I'm sick and tired, I'm getting emails, diversity, adversity, DEI, ain't nothing changed. How many police officers we have on the force that's from Marque? None. So why can't we get no police officers from our hometown, getting black police from my hometown to serve the city? My second major thing is, we've been putting signs out, the big blue and white signs out for re-election for a judge, which is my brother-in-law. All of a sudden now, some of the signs are missing where we, placed them. So I don't know where they're going, but we're gonna find out. We're gonna take pictures of it. We're gonna bring it to you, Mayor. So they need to cut that out. But the over policing, that's the main thing. A lot of people don't want to speak on police because they're afraid, something's gonna happen. Because like I say, you go out here sometime, they just stop you for something ordinary, something crazy. A lot of times you can go right there to Kelly's. You got 4 or 5 police cars just sitting up there. They all eat breakfast. They need to be patrolling the neighborhood. Get to know your neighbors. I don't know now. One police officer on the force. Only one I know is the chief. That's it. I don't know the patrol. I don't know the police officers in my neighborhood. All they do ride down the street, shoot, take off, keep going. And that's all I got.
Thank you for your service, Mr. DeWalt. Haley Winkleman. Welcome, Ms. Haley. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Haley, and I'm actually not here to place blame about the budget, but I would like to seek some solutions and discuss the reality of where we are. There's none of the elected officials here have access to the city purse, and I think that's important for everyone to remember. There have been a lot of allegations made against Bell and Yancey regarding criminal conduct and the budget issues, but I would like to remind everyone that Mr. Compion's been on the dais longer than Mrs. Yancey, and it takes 3 votes to pass anything. Not saying anyone is crooked. I don't believe that, but I think it's important that we remember. Okay, everyone who was here last year, this year, everybody's been saying for years now, something's wrong with the budget. Something's wrong with the budget. Here. We're here now. Okay. I'm glad I'm not in charge of making the decisions tonight, The alternative to raising taxes is being annexed by a neighboring community. You say, let's be part of the county, you've never lived off county services. No more fire department, your insurance goes up. And my parents were members of the volunteer fire department and we still lost the second story off our house due to response time. 30-minute response time for police calls, ambulance response time rises dramatically. A water pipe burst, gotta call the county. Could be 2 days, could be 2 months. They meet once a month to approve expenses. So I feel like we don't have a choice but to raise taxes, and I'm not a fan of saying that, but I feel like we just don't have a choice. It costs money to be a part of a community, and our community isn't perfect, but it's better than none. This is a prime example of why that tax rollback should have never happened. Not only did the addresses not meet Secretary of State requirements, we really need that money now. And times are tighter for the average person now than when that rollback passed. I want a solution. Joseph, if raising taxes isn't it, then what is? Dissolving the community isn't an option. And I know you don't want to be annexed by Texas City. So if not taxes, where's the money supposed to come from? We can place blame later, but we need to find out once we find out where it lies, but today we need solutions. And a vote against raising taxes is a vote to bankrupt our community. Our police department has been $200,000 over their allocated $300,000 overtime since 2022. We have allegations of over policing and 6 units for a traffic stop. We're in a budget crisis and they're hundreds of thousands of dollars over. Lastly, we were all subjected to a pornographic and anti-Semitic Zoom hack to silence public comment during a midday EDC council joint meeting about the
Ms. Haley.
COVID grants. I'd like an update.
Time is up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haley. Ms. Carolyn Small. Hello, Ms. Carolyn. Name and address for the record. Welcome.
Carolyn Small, 1121 Prune Street. I'm going to ask that our police department be investigated by either the FBI or the Texas Rangers, because we have a serious double standard going on in this community when it comes to harassment. I don't know if anybody else has noticed. Certain behavior is allowed from some and not others. I'm still disgusted that no one spoke up for Miss Yancey after how she was treated at that Coffee with a Cop event, when everyone said that she bounced on her tab, when someone stood up and said, I'll pay for every meal except for Miss Yancey. He was allowed to stay and act like that. That one has always been getting me. But anyway, during the last election, someone was witnessed placing signs directly in front of Miss Tanya Griffin's signs to block them. This was also done next to City Hall. I'm sorry, I hate public speaking. The person who reported the crime was not even allowed a police report. This was supposed to be looked into by JB, and then suddenly JB was under investigation. The person who reported the crime is willing to talk with the mayor and the city manager, but is scared of retaliation, which is just a normal thing around here. They were told, after showing pictures of Councilman Joseph Lowry placing signs from another person running, that he could not report the crime if he's not the victim. They said, if a robbery is in progress and I can't report it because I'm not the victim, I can't report it because I'm not the victim. And they said, that's different. A crime is a crime. What's a crime? I'm like, what's a crime? What's a crime, Mr. Lowry? What has he done to get the police station, who he was constantly trying to get Chief Aragon fired for years, calling him Aragoon, saying he was corrupt, saying he needed to be in jail. Something changed a year ago, and now suddenly no one else can get any help when they need it. They're being turned away. I have made one whole police report against him, and it was because he retaliated against me for reporting him to the I reported him for violating the election code, and he put a picture of me online along with several other people saying that I could be armed and dangerous and I could be insane, and to see me in public, that to avoid me, to be careful. I have children. There were 3,000 followers on that page. I made that report, nothing was done. But he can tamper with signs next to City Hall where the voting was happening. The double standard is stupid and it needs to stop. I don't even want to live here anymore.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Carroll.
Point of information, Mayor.
It has to be a question, Ms. Lowry. Has to be a question.
Well, I can make a statement. I have not broken any law.
Mr. Lowry. We're not there. Ms. Carolyn, thank you. Ms. Carolyn, thank you. Mr. Lowry, you cannot speak. This is citizens' request for hearing. Lisa Bandy. Hello, Ms. Lisa, and welcome. Name and address for the record, please.
Lisa Bandy, 702 Newman Road. My name is Lisa Bandy, and I have been a homeowner here since 2018. Mayor Bell, you need to resign. You have been on the city council, Mayor Pro Tem, and then our mayor since I moved here for over 7 years. Nothing has improved. When you drive up 1765, all you see is a town neglected and lots of empty old buildings. It's depressing. We paid all that money to develop downtown for tourism, but years later, nothing is there. It's a ghost town. We need to slash the lease prices by 30 to 40% and let new businesses in there. Sell the lots in the unoccupied buildings owned by the city. That will generate income. Lamarque can't compete with League City and places like that, dollar for dollar. But we can be a very affordable place for the new and the up and coming businesses. It would benefit everyone. We would get tax revenue, the city would start to look updated and modern, and it would benefit the families here. New businesses create jobs and financial opportunities. I feel like you have held us back and you have not been transparent for our financial issues. It seems like the city has been spending money and calls for an external audit have fallen on deaf ears. If we can afford super cool, expensive drones, then we can afford the external audit. Until we get the audit, I cannot justify paying more taxes or higher utility bills to sustain a city that's hemorrhaging money. And my question is, with the 14% tax hike, is that 14% just the portion of our property taxes that go to Lamarque? Or are you wanting to jack us up 14% of our total property tax bill?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You can't respond, but thank you. Thank you. Pamela Bayhan. Hello, Miss Pamela. Welcome. Name and address for the record.
Pamela Mayhan, 3010 Rose Lane, Lamarque, Texas. I have 3 little issues. They're old, but I'm back again. So first, on my water bill for my trash, I've been recycling for over 40 years of my life to save the planet. I decided Saturday, I'm not going to do that anymore. I want y'all to pick up my yellow bin. So that's 2 trips a month I'm not going to pay for. I only need my trash picked up once a week in my green bin. That's going to knock out 4. So that's 75% of my bill. I want it cut, and I'm not going to argue with anybody. Second thing, my sewer. My sewer is over $40 a month. My sewer on my street has been backed up for over 19 years. Matt knew, everybody's known. They've been out there. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. The shit is packed way to the end of our street. Our side of the street has spent over $7,000 just plumbers coming out, trying to waller it out again and again. Just recently, a home sold in my neighborhood. City was out there. Oh, yes, ma'am. We're going to come back tomorrow. Don't tell anybody, but we know you've been waiting. I want it cleaned out. They still haven't done the little pressure pop-up valve. That's an issue. Right now, day before yesterday, we had rain, and it comes up in my neighbor's tub. He's spent a lot of money. He's repiped the whole house. The shit's still happening. And yeah, we're old, and we're in the old part of town, but I pay my taxes. Second thing, the 7,000 that we have collectively spent has been over a period of about 9 years. And it's like everybody knows, when you go and look on my tracking, when I've tracked to something to happen for Pamela Mann, oh yeah, we're gonna get you your road, but this is closed. We're gonna fix your potholes, but this issue's closed. I don't know who to talk to. My potholes, since our little short street has become a thoroughfare for a business that you allowed to put a gate at the end of our road, has quadrupled. Trucks, trailers, tractors, equipment, all day, from 6 in the morning till 10 at night. I know y'all don't give a shit. I do. But the potholes, because we've tried to organize the trash because it's a short street. Years ago, trash on one side, recycle on the other. So they can only come down once, get their stuff and go back out. I have potholes where me and 2 neighbors sat in it. City came out and fixed it. 3 weeks later, it's about 2 inches bigger on either side. And it's right at my driveway. Some of my friends have really nice cars. You hear them clunk, clunk, clunk. The vet down the street, it can't go on westward because of the potholes. The other thing, where's the money?
Thank you, Miss Pamela. Her address, well, Roseland. Carl Beard. Welcome, Mr. Beard. Name and address for the record, please.
How you doing? Carl Beard, Texas City. I have basically a twofold response. The first one is, come with a day to actually file a complaint of assault. I was assaulted out in your parking lot approximately 2 weeks ago by a local councilman's wife. The reason why I'm bringing this before the council is that I filed other reports with your police department before. Those reports went nowhere past the lobby. It was a suspicious package sent to my house late last year. I never actually got a response on that. It's another suspicious package that was sent to my house about 3 weeks ago, and I actually gave that over to the postal inspector's office. Those suspicious packages are from your Councilman Lowry. So I actually want to file a police report today, and I'm making sure that the city manager know, and also the other city staff know, and everybody out here in this diocese today, that I'm actually going over there and file a police report for assault. All right, so now with that, just actually get on the budget thing. When I actually did some research myself across America, at a rate to 6-to-1, for every 6 municipalities that actually raised their taxes in this fiscal year, 1 didn't. How can we continue to get by at the current tax rate when inflation is hitting each and every American citizen, no different than it's hitting this municipality? There's things that are within your budget that are not at fixed prices, such as gasoline and other things that fluctuate that very much that you can't estimate in a budget because they're not fixed. Things like insurance and other things have went up. So when you actually take all of those things into account, this city actually does need a higher tax rate. If we actually take into account the streets, the actual plumbing, sewage, and other things that need to be repaired, it does need a tax rate. You can't continuously get by on the same rate when you actually look in the newspaper and the cities north of us, south of us, east of us, Beaumont, everywhere else, places you look that are raising the tax rate. But we come here time after time and we say, no new tax revenue. So unless you got a hookup on the things that you purchase every day or monthly, you're going to have to go up on the rate. I run a business. When you actually look, it was approximately $125 a square feet I was building houses for a year ago. Now it's around $175 a square feet. So how can you get by on the same rate? And I don't. If you have a hookup on these things, let the public know. Maybe some of these businesses move here to bring revenue if you got that much of a hookup to where you can't raise the rate. Right now I'm here, this city needs to raise the rate. And it's plain and simple. The homeowners need to face up to it. The lady, I mean, you just came here and said your street's bad. If your street bad, that takes asphalt. Asphalt is something it's a commodity. You have to pay for it. It fluctuates. Just raise the rate. But if anyone will meet me out in the lobby, you want to direct one of your officers, I like to file this report before I leave out of here. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beard. Shard Loftus. Welcome, Mr. Loftus. Name and address to the record, please.
Good afternoon. Couple things. There's a thing called servant leadership. Y'all need to look that up, all of y'all. And then I want to talk about the cost of conflict. So when you have chaos and conflict, you have what you call trust goes down, transparency goes down, but the cost of doing business goes up. But if you reverse that, the trust goes up, transparency is that, it's transparent now, and then, say it with me, people, the cost goes down. Our cost here is because of chaos, right? Because you cannot do business when you got a lot of damn chaos. TJ, I said I wasn't gonna cuss, but I had to. We need to get back to business and not bullshit. Because there's a lot of bullshit going on in this city. This council room is packed because there's bullshit going on. Because y'all don't even be here. I'm at every council meeting. And these seats don't be full until it's some bullshit to be said. And as far as the tax rate, I'm a public servant myself. And the one thing I hate to hear is when they say a tax decrease, because you can't get nothing done, like Mr. Beard said, when you study taking money out of the coffers. Stuff is going up every day. We know that. Tariffs, all of that. So y'all sit here and holler about tax decrease and all that, and these city services, they gonna continue to go to hell. Pay it if you want to. You're gonna pay it anyway. But we need to get back to business, right? All that infighting, y'all gonna keep doing it. I'm saying it, but y'all gonna keep doing it. Some of y'all anyway. And then another thing, you can't keep blaming these folks up here for all the problems that this city is having, because they don't sign no checks. They don't sign no checks. The mayor don't sign no checks. You want him to resign. He don't sign no checks. I don't know if you know that or not, but I do. I know that he don't sign no checks. Larry don't sign checks. Compion don't sign checks. Kim don't sign checks. She don't sign checks. Well, see, if you know about the government, then you know. This is a council manager form of government. Start learning about government before you come running in here talking out the side of your neck when you don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you, Mr. Loftus. Mr. Travis Berthius, there it is. There it is, bud. Welcome. Name and address to the record.
Travis Perthews. I live off Avenue A. I only had about 30 minutes to write down a couple things. Last week I tried to talk, but my anxiety and blood pressure kind of all got to me. But I guess I kind of want to start off. I'm not even going to read this right now, but I heard old Freebird, call, and the stuff y'all talk about up here is the same stuff that allowed y'all's fraudulent city manager to come here and run a false flag, acting like some racist burned down his damn fence, and it didn't happen like that. That's why that happened, because everybody wants to play race games up here. That is what happened. All right. So hi, my name is Travis. I was here last meeting. I'm very passionate about our duties as Americans to understand and protect our unalienable rights given to us by our Creator God. These rights aren't given to us by the Bill of Rights or the Constitution. They are God-given and stated. That's all they are of the Constitution, and cannot be taken away by any human, government, or other people, or tyrant police forces that y'all got running around here, throwing people in jail for no front license plate or a headlight out on a bicycle on Labor Day weekend at 10 p.m. to 1 p.m., 1 a.m. Let's take 3 squad cars, a K9 unit, and let's take all of them and use them for 3 hours. Now we'll go to court and I'll file for a jury, and just waste our tax. They're not here to protect us and take care of us citizens. They don't want to have a relationship with us. They don't want to communicate with us. They want to practice their authority and push their authority. That's all they're worried about in this town. As soon as he locked me up, he literally puts his handcuffs on me as tight as he can, and he twists them. That way maybe he can get a glimpse of me in his camera yanking, because he's bearing down on my bones. You know, they're trash. That's Officer Vasquez. And he needs to be reprimanded for it. And we need to see what else is going on. And there was 2 other officers with him that thought it was a good idea to waste their time on Labor Day weekend, the most dangerous night for our citizens, our community to be out on the road. It was more important to worry about a bicycle light because somebody wouldn't lick their boots. That's their problem. And the other 2 officers beside him, he couldn't say, hey man, you should probably let him out of the cop car, because I guess he's the leadership. Y'all are the leadership. And that's why it all goes to shit right underneath y'all. I didn't get a chance to read this. Next time I'll have it more wrote up.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Travis. Frida Hardiman. Your daughter's gonna speak for you? Well, welcome, daughter. I know you've been here before. You can approach, daughter. How you doing? Well, welcome. Welcome. Okay.
7-seater. My mom wants. I've been here.
Somebody needs to get to the microphone. Come on, Miss Frida. Yes, ma'am.
This is deja vu because I've been here before.
Yes, ma'am.
And we all need to realize this. We're all in this together. We all supposed to be for one another. I mean, in this day and time, we got people talking about racism. Who can say what you are? We got all type of people in our family. Now we are here to make Lamarque to be profitable. Now, if it is to raise taxes, because Lord knows I don't want my taxes raised. I've been here, me and my husband, we've been in city council since we moved to Lamarque. Danny Allen was here before. We all work together. We all work together to make sure that we had the money so when our kids go to school and they graduate, that they want to come back home and profit this city. I got a home. My kids ain't gonna live in my home if I die. You know why? Because there's nothing here. What is being profitable here now? I may not can see, but I can hear and I can feel. There's no peace in Lamarque.
So to wrap that up in a nutshell, we're asking for transparency and what else? I wrote it on the paper. Can you help me out? I have a memory thing.
Before we want transparency with the budget. I think we all need to know where our money is going. We don't mind giving our
Stick
money.
to the strip.
Okay, I'm finished.
Did you got 55 seconds? Oh, you have your own? Oh, okay. Thank you, Miss Hardiman. Hold on just a minute.
It's Hardiman again for me.
Hold on just a minute. Are you this person? Because doesn't have a name on it.
I am Mildred.
Okay, I don't see Mildred on this. So let's, can we reset to 3 minutes and let Ms. Mildred speak? You have the floor.
Okay.
Welcome.
Dear City of Lamarque and council members, thank you for your time and service to our amazing community. We know and believe that our city will be fine. We are requesting peace. I again say peace in our city. Please concentrate on the work of the city. This chaos, excuse me, whatever, how you say it, and tearing down individuals has to stop. It's rude and ugly, period. I'm asking again for peace. I'm praying for Lamarque, and let's all work together so this work can be done. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Hardiman. Any persons online before we go?
Yes, sir, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Mr. Brandon, welcome, sir.
Hey, how you doing, Mayor?
I'm
Council,
fine.
thanks for having me. I don't know if y'all can see me. Can y'all see me?
We
Look at
can
this.
see you.
Look at this big old tall fence that I got. My neighbor built. Look at all the nails poking through. All the way down. I reported this a year ago and nothing's happened. So I think y'all need to start focusing on the code of ordinances for the city attorney. I don't know why I've never seen the code officer there, but called him. He's never responded. I do have to talk about with the station. They need to be looked into. I have a or other.
Mr. Brandon. Mr. Brandon. Mr. Brandon. You lost him? Very good. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your comments. We will take all of your comments into consideration. Let's move now,
Excuse me.
council.
Oh, hey, sorry. Sorry, Mayor, I got cut off. Man, my service is bad right here.
You got about 30 seconds, Brandon.
Okay, cool. Let me just read this real fast. There is something that y'all need to be made aware of. Here's a couple legal terms for you. Abuse of discretion, erroneous view of the law, selective enforcement, arbitrary enforcement, denial of transparency. All these are certain legal terms that might be able to be looked up. There's a 14th Amendment of Equal Protection Clause and 42 USC Code 1983. I think the city attorney and the city manager need to be made aware of all these terms. And I don't know if you can hear, I'm just in my driveway. I hear this guy's
Ms. Kantowski.
speaker going off. But the whole time I've been here, I've been hearing his music while I'm trying to listen to the meeting. I'm sitting on my front porch.
Your time is up, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We'll see you soon. Any other persons? I thought I saw
I'm
another
here.
person.
Yeah. Can you hear
Hello,
me?
Mr. Nick, name and address, please, for the record.
My name is Nicholas Roki of 1535 Newman Road. How are you?
Welcome. Welcome.
Okay, so I got a couple questions, 5 total, to put everybody on notice. So I'm just going to start with these questions. I have arguments, but I'll post those later. Why is the city proposing a tax increase while the fiscal year 24 audit remains incomplete, which is a possible violation of local government code 103? What alternative funding sources were considered before shifting the burden onto taxpayers? Have all council members filed current and accurate personal financial disclosures under Government Code Chapter 572, and can they confirm no conflicts of interest? Why is there no line-by-line breakdown of spending increases that justify this rate hike, despite requirements under the Texas Public Information Act, Chapter 552? Will the council commit to delaying this tax rate vote until fiscal year 24 audit and all required disclosures are publicly available? And to inform the public, you guys have known since at least 2023 that this has been an issue. You've had a negative net return of around $2.53 million. And you guys are heavily dependent on grants and municipal fines, which is apparent, my findings anyway. Again, I'll make those arguments to those questions public, but just something to let you think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nick.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else online? Very good. As I was saying before, thank you, those of you that are online, those of you that have come in person. We take your comments seriously, and we will consider each and every word. Thank you. Let's move now to item 6, public hearing. Conduct a public hearing to hear public input on 6.1. Uh, 6.1, ordinance number, letter O dash 2025 dash 0018, making appropriations for the support of the city of Lamarque for fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026, appropriating money into a sinking fund to pay interest and principal due on the city's indebtedness, and adopting the annual budget for the city of Lamarque for the 2025-2026 fiscal year. 6.2, ordinance number letter O dash 2025 dash 0019, levying ad valorem taxes for use and operation of the municipal government of the city of Lamarque, Texas for the 2025-2026 tax year, providing for appropriating each levy for specific purposes, and providing when taxes shall become due and when they shall become delinquent if not paid. A tax rate of 0.452161 per 100 valuation has been proposed by the governing body of the city of Lamarque. Maintenance and operation, the M&O tax rate will be 0.336908 per 100. Entrance and sinking tax rate will be 0.115253 per 100, for a total proposed tax rate under consideration of 0.452161 per 100. Ms. Hallbrook, the regularly scheduled meeting will stop at 7:15, and we will have our public hearing. Is there any persons online or in person wishing to speak to item 6.1? Mr. James Ross, welcome, sir. Name and address for the record.
Actually, just gonna speak about both of them at the same time. It's gonna be easier that way.
That's fine. That's fine.
James Ross, Avenue D. So we all know that the city council here does not actually have any administrative functions other than what was presented to us to approve and disapprove. However, not this budget, but last budget, we were told we needed the 45 cents. We went with the 39 cents. Mr. Compion and I talked about splitting that in half at 42. Mr. Lowry and I fought to give the police department everything they wanted. They're getting a nice, bright, shiny new Bearcats. And so there's $450,000 that if we would have had better information, we could have said, maybe not. But the information given to us is the only thing that we can go off of. So it's not our fault. Now, to deal with the budget stuff, utility bills, we all should know that next month, Waste Management's going to do a increase on our rates. And I am once again the proponent of only want to pay for what I use. And when I put both my cans out today and only one truck came through to pick up both the recycling and the one bag of trash, because I'm only live by myself, that I produced, and the recycling that took me a quarter, 3 months to fill that whole can up, but they only used one truck. If it's supposed to be split, why are they doing it that way? That's my complaint on that. Again, water rates. I heard last meeting need to go up on water rates. We had 200,000 gallons that was extra last year. We last summer had the opportunity to give our residents $2.14 back on their water bill because we had that money, that extra water. Where's it at now? What happened? And this is not anybody's fault up here, except for we did not push hard enough to get the books delivered to us monthly at the council meeting. So going forward, please let us, not only y'all, but as soon as that meeting's over, they need to be online for everybody in the city to look at. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Any other persons wishing to speak to item 6.1? One more time, any? Any other, yes, sir, I see, come on down, my friend. Welcome, name and address to the record.
Justin McDonald, number 3 Pine Circle, Lamarck, Texas. This group, not necessarily every particular member was in place when it was happening, but we told y'all 3, 4, maybe 5 years ago that taking all of your different funds and putting them into a general account was a bad way to do things. That's not how you track a budget. And we did it anyways. Okay. We raised taxes without letting the citizens vote. We don't know what we're spending our money on because we're not tracking it from the proper accounts for years on top of years. And now, since you don't have up-to-date projections from years past or years forward with the new revenues that you're bringing in, you don't know how to project. Okay. So again, I agree with a lot of other people. Y'all need to get the audit done and figure out where the money, I'm not trying to place blame. I'm saying, let's find out what happened. Let's fix it and let's get a good projection. That's the responsible way to do it. And if you come to my construction site, that's what my owner expects me to do. Okay. I don't care if it's 1 million or 50 million. That is my job. And I guarantee you that owner's not going to just give me more money because I couldn't track the money you already gave me. So this is a problem, and raising taxes in this manner is not justified. It's not right to people. This is absolutely wrong. You're going to get people moving out. What happens if Bayou Vista decides to take a hike? Do y'all get out of Lamar? You're going to lose all your tax revenues from that entire neighborhood.
Yeah.
So doing this without the citizens' informed understanding of where the money went and how we're going to use the money moving forward is just wrong. People in this neighborhood can't afford it.
Yeah.
So I'm asking you guys, don't do this. This is going to cause a lot of problems.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Last time, anyone wishing to speak to item 6.1? Let's move to item 6.2. Any persons online or in person wishing to speak to item 6.2? Mr. Ch.16.
Once again, Robert Ch.16, 24 North Curlew. What was just said and some previous speakers, need to know where the money went first. If you were reconciling your own accounts, that's what you'd have to do. You're running a business, that's what you've got to do. You've got a solution that'll get you past this so that you can do that. And that's most important. Now, there's been some things said about all costs going up. That's for everybody. But these appraisal increases that you've made, you've got more money than you did last year because of those appraisal increases. There have been some people saying, oh, we don't have enough money. Well, they're not taking that into account or even looking at it or even talking about it. But you did get more money. And guys, y'all built a budget on 39 cents. You built it. And then you flipped from 10 cents on the debt service side up a penny, which would give you more borrowing capability, but you did that to balance that M&O side. A lot of people don't understand that, but that's the law. But you still had more money and you had to make cuts. We'll never have enough money to do everything you want. Hell, I don't have that personally. None of us do. But you did have enough money to make that budget and meet your needs. and you keep growing it and you're chipping away. And if you'll look back on your water bills, and this is something you don't have the privilege of having that history. But a few years back, they started moving M&O costs and putting that into the water side. And that drove up some of those costs. That all needs to be examined too, before you pass a water rate hike. Because people are already paying for things in there that shouldn't be in there. Folks, you have a solution that will carry you through the investigation portion, and you've got to do that. I'm looking at both of y'all and all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Any other persons online or in person wishing to speak to item 6.2?
Elizabeth Turner, I'm going to give one closing remark after listening to pretty much majority of everybody here. You know, we talk about the last several years of what we've been talking about, 5 years, 10 years. Well, why don't we take it back a little further? Right here by you, I grew up between Hitchcock and Lamar. This was my main town of the Sears Catalog Center, you know, Benito's, favorite place to eat, which is gone now. This got paved, what, approximately 2.5, 3 years ago? The asphalt? It used to be just a concrete road. Me and my sister both were 15 years old after we got driver's ed, grew up on that road. And I couldn't believe it after I bought a house, moved to Lamarck, that it still had the same road. It just shows you the history of this town is so old, it is outdated. So it don't go back to just 5 years, 7 years. This person's been in here in the office, stuff like that. It has a history and it's getting old. And it should have been updated 25 years ago even. So we're failing somewhere. And like we're saying, it's not y'all's fault. It's the people, the city manager or the other departments and stuff like that. Well, who communicates to them? Who hires these people? We don't vote them in, do we? No, they're hired and they're put on payroll, but y'all have to catch the flack. I've been one of those people who've been upper management and had to go to the boss, sit in front, get all the scars on me, and then go back and break it out to my people and tell them what they can and cannot do. It's time the city becomes accountable for its actions. It's time, because I thought I'd never see Bayou ever get paved, and I knew it within the first year. It had to be dug across to put in a new piece of pipe, and it just frustrated me as far as that goes. So this town has a history of failureship, and it needs to stop. And it's, as far as a medium-sized town, it's never going to grow. It's not going to prosper if we don't do something. Put our foot down now and let's resolve this. Let's all put our heads together and get this resolved immediately. It's getting too old. We're all hurting in the pocketbook, financially. Like to say, we're all equal and hurting with this as far as this goes. We all want a nice town. Too many problems. They're not getting resolved. Too much conflict. Like we're talking about all this, whose color is what? No, that's not the problem, people. That is not the problem. We have got to just put the brakes on and find out. We need transparency. We need answers, people. Please give us the answer, as I beg of you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other persons online or in person wishing to speak to item 6? Come on up, Mr. Perthes.
Talking about the history of the town. My ancestors settled this land and Bayou, right on Highland Bayou, Spanish land grant, Perthes Farms, all that. That was all my family that set this town into motion. And my dad, I grew up out in Santa Fe, but my dad always lived here. And my family, my dad, them guys coming out of Lamar, black, white, whatever, they were the closest alumni of groups and graduates that you could meet in the 70s and 80s and 60s. And now the town's just a joke. You know, I don't even want to stay here. And my ancestors settled this land. you know? But I think the lady has a point about the history of the town.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Any other persons wishing to speak to item 6.2, whether online or in person? One more time, any persons online or in person wishing to speak to item 6.2? Again, we thank you for your comments. We will close the public hearing, Ms. Holbrook, at 7:29. We will reopen our regular scheduled meeting at 7:29. And we'll move to item 7, old business. Items presented to council for discussion and possible action. 7.1, 2024 single audit, approving the final audit for fiscal year 2023-2024. Hello, Mr. Ferguson, you may approach.
Just going to do a quick introduction. I know a lot of people have mentioned that the 23-24 audit has not been completed. As of this week, that has been completed. You are fixing to hear from our independent auditor, Mike Brooks from Brooks Watson, an independent audit firm that we have no part of. They come in, they follow required audit standards that we don't set, and Brooks is going to talk about what was found in that audit. The council's been provided all that information. I recommend you ask questions if you have questions.
Very good.
The only other item I would bring up is that in order to meet the state law that said that we had to have an audit adopted by September 1st, we did have the preliminary audit, and that was presented to the council. The final audit looks different, but we did meet the state statute for getting the audit in time.
Let's be really, really clear, because that has been something that has been a question tonight. Have we met the state statute?
I can't interpret the law. I'd probably defer to a attorney on that.
Ms. Holly, are you asserting that we met the state statute?
Yes.
Mr. Knable, did we meet the state statute?
Yeah.
The city of Lamarck has not broken the law.
No.
Very good.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm going to be from Missouri. I mentioned this to the city manager interim. I'm hearing these things. I can no longer just accept oral statements. I would like a written document from you, Ms. Holly, as well as you, Mr. Knable, confirming that information.
Yeah.
I
Thank
need
you.
it for my file.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Brooks, welcome.
Welcome. Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Mike Brooks, Audit Department with Brooks Watson and Company. And as Worth mentioned, I will be presenting you with your audited financial statements for the year ended September 30th of 2024. I do want to point out that this is as of 2024, so the numbers we're looking at are about 12 months old. So any activity in 2025, it's not included in this audit.
Okay.
I have also prepared a summary presentation. Did we want to put it on the?
You send it. We'll have it up momentarily. Go ahead and get started while we wait.
Should I?
They all have it.
Okay. Okay, well, in
Just
front of
hoping
you,
the public could see it as well.
in front of you, you do have a copy of the report. Under the cover, you will see my summary presentation. It is, I want to stress, this is a summary presentation. It's just going to touch on a few of the more important numbers and statements within your report, and then I will open it up to questions. Okay, first, I just want to give a brief overview of the audit process. The audit can be broken into 3 general phases. The first is the planning and risk assessment phase. This is typically performed prior to year end, but this is our fact-finding and risk assessment phase. So we're looking for new activity, changes in the government, new contracts, anything that's going to impact the extent of our audit procedures. But ultimately, we walk away with a preliminary audit plan at that point. The next stage is the bulk of what we do. This is the year-end field work. So this is where we are auditing all material assets, liabilities, revenues, and expenditures across all funds. So if any activity does meet our materiality threshold, it is subject to an audit procedure. And the final stage is the conclusion and reporting. This is the wrap-up of any findings that we did have and the presentation of the reports and those findings to council. All right, next, I just want to go over the components of your report. It's a fairly long report, but it can be broken into several distinct sections. First, we have the auditor's opinion, followed by the management's discussion and analysis. Then the basic financial statements, which include your government-wide fund level and notes to the financial statements. And finally, the required supplementary information, which includes your budget to actual reports, as well as your TMRS pension information. All right, next is our contribution to your report. So the numbers that you see, the report you have in front of you, these are all city numbers. This is all city data. The only information that comes from us contained in this report is our auditor's opinion. So this opinion can have 4 possible outcomes. The best being an unmodified audit opinion. And what that means is these financial statements are materially correct and all footnotes are disclosed in accordance with GAAP. So the purpose of our audit is to make sure that the numbers that you're viewing within these financial statements are reliable and accurate. I'm happy to say that we did issue a clean, unmodified audit opinion. So these financial statements are as reliable as they can be and all numbers are correct. All right, next, I just want to point out several financial highlights as of the end of the year. Total assets exceeded total liabilities by 31.6 million. That includes all your capital assets, receivables, netted out with any debt. Your governmental funds reported a combined ending fund balance of 6,264,000. This was a decrease from the prior year of about 4.2 million. Your unassigned fund balance ended the year in a deficit position of 273,000. And the city had an overall increase in net position. It's presented at a different counting method than your fund balance of just under 2.2 million. Next is a summary of your governmental activities revenue. So this does not include your utility funds or sanitation funds. Total revenues for the year were 25 million. This was an increase over last year of just over 3 million. The 3 largest being your property taxes, which totaled 7.2 million and had an increase of 171,000. Your sales taxes totaled just under 5.6 million and had an increase of just under 100,000. And your grants and contributions totaled 5.5 million and that had an increase of 1.7 million. Next is a summary of your governmental activities expenses. Again, this does not include your utility fund or sanitation fund. For the year, total expenses were 22.2 million. This was an overall increase of about 2.3 million. Your public safety expenses totaled 13.7 million and had an increase of 2.7 million. Your general government expenses totaled just over 5 million, had a decrease of 454,000. And your public works expenses totaled 2.7 million and had an increase of 87,000. All right, next is a summary of your changes in fund balance for your governmental funds. So this includes your general fund, debt service, capital projects, and then any special revenue funds. I'm just going to talk about the major funds here. And the most important number generally is the increase or decrease in fund balance. So did these funds add to fund balance? Did you expend from fund balance? So starting on the left, your general fund had a decrease this year of just over 2 million. So 2 million was pulled from your ending fund balance for this fiscal year. Your debt service fund also had a decrease of about $1 million. Now, this would not typically be the case. Your debt service fund levies INS taxes and takes in INS tax levy at an equal amount to your property tax backed debt. So generally, these funds should pretty much break even. What happened in the prior years is there was an accumulation of funds and a necessary transfer that should have been pulled out of your debt service fund. So that occurred this year. So that is why you're seeing the decrease in your debt service fund. It is correct. It just looks a little unusual. Your Ike recovery, that's a grant fund, had a decrease this year of 1.4 million. Pretty typical with your grant funds. You have funding come in one year and you have expenditures that go out in other years. They don't always line up. So this particular year had a decrease. Your capital improvements fund had an increase of 246,000. And then your non-major governmental funds, which are your smaller special revenue funds, had an overall increase of just under 150,000. Now, the next number I want to point out is your ending fund balance for your general fund. So you can see below on the bottom left, general fund started the year with 3.5 million. You had a decrease this year of 2.1 million in your fund balance. So you had an overall ending fund balance of just under 1.5 million. Now, within that amount, there are amounts that are assigned by council. They may be restricted by grantors or external agencies. And then there's what's called unassigned fund balance. So the unassigned portion is the amount that can be spent at council's, at the city's discretion. So it's not restricted by any other entity for any other purpose. That amount was actually in a deficit position for this year. So that amount got overspent within the beginning fund balance for the year. So when you look at the fund balance of 1.4 million, that's comprised entirely of restricted fund balance for this particular year. All right. Next is your budget to actual for your general fund. On the left-hand side, you will see the final budgeted numbers. This is after any amendments. So the city did have a final budget projected deficit of 718,000. So that was the anticipated deficit within this particular budget. The actual results had a decrease of 2.1 million. Which equated to an overall negative budget variance of 1.4 million. So when you anticipated pulling 700,000 from your ending fund balance, you ended up at 2.1. The difference between those two is your negative budget variance. Above that, you can see how those numbers are comprised. On the very top, you'll see a positive revenue variance. So you actually brought in more revenue than you anticipated. A lot of that was permitting revenue, but property taxes came in higher as well as a little bit of sales tax. Below that, you had a significant deficit or a negative budget variance within your expenditures. So this was the primary driver of your overall negative budget variance by about 2.8 million. So you spent that much more than you had approved with your final budget. All right, next. Next is a summary of your utility and sanitation funds. So these funds are a little bit different than your governmental funds. They should be self-supporting. So they should have rates that are set at a level that do fund operations, debt service, and any capital improvements. So the most important number we want to point out here is just, are these funds self-supporting? So are they making money or are they losing money? If you see recurring losses within these funds, it's typically an issue, a rate issue or some other operational issue that needs to be addressed. If you look at the increase in the utility fund this year, there was an increase of 5.9 million. Seems significant. Most of that is transfers in from the debt service fund, which had to come in for those past collections that I mentioned, as well as grant funds. So when the grant funds came in, they were expended on utilities, sewer, water and sewer assets. Those assets are transferred into these water and sewer fund, and that is the reason that number is so large. Besides that, you see a decrease in the sanitation fund. So there was a decrease in fund balance of just under 600,000. So this fund actually spent more than it brought in. This appeared just to be a costs were higher than your rates. So rates weren't adjusted at a level that matched the cost in this particular case, or funded by some other source. All right, so that's my summary presentation. You do have two additional letters and reports with you. One is our required auditor disclosure letter This contains any difficulties that we had with the performance of the audit, as well as a list of all of our journal entries. So whenever we complete our audit, we are bringing these accounts into accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And with that, we typically have to make some sort of adjustment. So if a number is not in accordance with GAAP, we will propose an adjustment. Those adjustments vary in number. You don't want them to get too high. This year we had quite a few adjustments, somewhere around the 60 mark of total audit adjustments, which is pretty significant. So the city should certainly work to get that number down. Ideally, in a perfect world, you would have zero. I know that's not always cost effective, so you really want to shoot for that number to be in the 10 to 20 range. That would be a pretty reasonable amount for a city of your size. The other letter you have in front of you is our findings and recommendations. So I won't go over each of those individually, but if you had any questions on anything, I'd be happy to answer them.
Very good. Let's open this up for a council question and comment. Thank you, Mr. Brooks, for this audit report. Ms. Holly, would you have Mr. Ferguson be close by so that we can also have questions for Mr. Ferguson and yourself as we get into this discussion? Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Brooks? I see you ran back, Mr. Campion.
Mayor,
You want to start?
you know I will.
Go ahead.
I think Mr. Brooks knows too. Mr. Brooks, just a little history. Prior to your response to a request for proposals that the city put out, we had a relationship with an auditing firm for, I think, about 13 years, thereabouts. And good practices are such that you make it a point to rebid these usually every, 5 years or so?
5 is pretty common.
Didn't hear.
Yeah, 5 is common.
5 every 5 years. And this is your 4th year?
It is.
This is your 4th year, one more. And your firm provides auditing services for approximately how many communities here in Texas?
We currently audit about just north of 70 cities.
70 cities.
In Texas, over 120 governments in total, but cities specifically over 70.
And in that process of auditing, and I'm referring to your let's call this one, how would I identify these? This is your
The thicker one is going to be the required auditor disclosure.
the
letter.
required auditor
Yeah.
disclosure. I'm going to call it the required auditor, and the other one is the management
Management letter.
letter.
findings and
Okay,
recommendations.
just for purposes of my questions. In the required document, the required letter from you, there's several statements that you make in here that the question is asked, were there significant difficulties encountered during the audit? And I'm going to be, some of these statements I'm going to make are what I heard. So they don't have any bases in, to my knowledge, I can't say they're facts, but it's what I heard. And I think that's part of what our challenge here in our community is. There's too much of what I heard, or we heard this or that. And so I'm trying to lend some clarity to that. So this question here, in response to that particular category, you indicated that we encountered no significant difficulties in dealing with management or otherwise relating to the performance of the audit. Now, Mr. Brooks, the first year that you undertook an audit for the city of Lamarque, is it not true that you had difficulty getting information from our finance department for purposes of completing the audit?
It is, yeah, and I do apologize that I think we sent 2 versions of that one, and I'm sorry, that particular note did not get updated. Yeah, the difficulties we had were with obtaining information in a timely manner.
But let's speak clearly so everyone can hear this.
We did have difficulties, yes, and I'm sorry that letter's not updated, but we'll get you an updated letter.
All right. I want everybody to understand and that our challenge is, in some cases, in my opinion, and I've said it clearly, incompetent people that we have. And I'm not going to mix words today. I don't care if I get sued. All right. I'll defend myself. But incompetent people. And that difficulty in dealing, is it not true? That has continued on each of the years that you've conducted audits.
Yeah, we have not had an audit, which I would call
A clean one. I've heard the
Yeah,
term in my life, it was called a clean audit.
just it didn't go as planned. So every year, whenever we begin the audit, we send out our request list. We put together our preliminary plan as far as dates and what we're going to need, when we're going to need it, and what our goals are for issuance. So yeah, we have not been able to meet those for various reasons. Yes.
And so when we say that there have been delays in completing the audit, that's been on our side. That's not been you're properly staffed. You provide audits for these 70 other odd communities in the state. So that's been on our side.
That is correct. Mhm.
Okay. All right. Now let me ask you, follow up on this. So you're going to update that section there.
Mhm.
Okay. So please update that. Let me ask you another question here. For purposes, there's a following that says uncorrected and corrected misstatements here. And it says for purposes of this communication, professional standards requires to accumulate all known and likely misstatements identified during the audit, other than those that we believe are trivial, and communicate them to the appropriate level of management. To the best of your knowledge, is the city council considered management for purposes of your definition here?
This letter is provided to you. The journal entries themselves are not for city council. They're for your finance department to enter them into the system to correct those numbers. Yeah.
So management in this context is referring to the financial side of operations of municipality.
Yeah, the letters are for city council and management. There's information more relevant to city council in here, and there's information more relevant to your finance management. The journal entries, the misstatements that you're talking about, those are specifically given, so your finance department can enter them into the system and make sure your numbers are consistent with our audited numbers.
So having said that, when there are, I'm going to move over on the next category here, disagreements with management. For the purposes of this letter, professional standards define a disagreement with management as a matter whether or not resolved to our satisfaction concerning a financial auditing, reporting, or auditing matter, which could be significant to the city of Lamarck's financial statements or the auditor's report. Now, Mr. Brooks, is it not true that during the course of your auditing process, when you begin this, you send to each one of this board here, I'm sorry, in my for-profit world, to each member of council here, you send a letter that asks us to confirm whether we have any problems with the financial reports, records, anything of that nature.
We do.
And city secretary's office does a good job, clerk, of making sure that we turn that in. Now, what happens to those letters? First year and under the old auditor, I returned mine. I have my copies. I never let anything go out without keeping a copy. And I returned it and said, yes, I have problems with the financial information. I get crickets, nothing. You came aboard first year. I returned that same letter. I said, yes, I still have problems because the notes were the same problems from the last auditor. They carried over. They had not been corrected. And I said, yeah, I have. Plus, add to that, and Mayor, you remember this, we started not getting the monthly financial reports as well too. And had problems with that. So here, I'm wondering, why is that item, though that, for me, it's such an important letter that should be shared with council, that, yeah, you did have some council people, one or two perhaps, that responded to your letter that said, yeah, we have problems with this audit. We have issues. But nobody else here on council, did you know that, Mayor, that I returned that? The first time. And Ms. Yancey, you've been around, you didn't hear it.
I turn mine in every year.
Yeah, I know you turned it in, but I'm talking about knowing that I turned one in that said, I have problems.
No.
No, that's not reported. So I think that there's an improvement that needs to be made there. That under these categories, that if any one of us has problems, we're not doing the follow-up. What's the concern?
Yeah, I'm sorry if we didn't reach out to you. We try to reach out to every council member who expresses that. I know I've spoken to council members for this particular audit over this letter. And if you're
I've never had any any outreach
I will be
with regard to that.
Yeah, my apologies if that happened.
Well, it's not, I'm trying to establish, just so people, our residents can understand that we really don't have any role. We have to accept the information. And unfortunately, I no longer can sit here and just accept oral representations, whether it be from anybody up here. I want to see it in black and white. You say something, put it in writing, because I'll be using that later down the road if necessary. Good. And so let me ask you then, let's move on. I'm really disturbed here. Now, you say on the one hand that you didn't have any difficulties, but you're going to correct that, right? Because, wow, here are the difficulties. Suddenly, our financial department gives you a whole updated set of numbers for adjustments. In what world are we living in, Mr. City Manager? In what world? All these adjustments that occurred. And I'm assuming, and once again, my background is not, I did take that auditing class just for municipal, and I'm going to another one, but I'm assuming this is a reflection of expenses versus revenues.
Assets, liabilities, it's all the above. So it's any number that we audited, and it turned out to be not correct. So we had to make an adjustment to bring it.
Well, could you please, sir, explain to me?
Microphone.
So the journal entries you see are not journal entries provided by the city finance. They are journal entries identified by the auditor as needed to be done in the system to make the system correct.
Correct.
So they do not come from us.
I picked that up, that they were, their person identified these errors, is what I picked it up. It wasn't on that side. Now, having said that, I see these items here that, once again, I question, what do they mean? When I see a category here that says, on the second page here, auditor A, was it auditor? Good, my eyes are going, auditor A/P.
That'd be accounts payable.
Accounts payable. Like auditor, so we owe you 118,000, or who's that to?
No. That's just designated that. So the city has accounts payable accounts, and those accounts can be a little tricky to adjust unless you're running them through the check process and the AP process. So if we propose an entry, we may designate it in a separate AP account, just so the city doesn't make the manual entry to the AP system. So it's an accounts payable, it's an accrual. It's just the account name that we assign to it. So the city would know, oh, this is the auditor's entry. We're going to make this in a new account. The effect is the same. It just keeps the system in line.
But it is an entry reflecting an obligation of the city
Yeah.
to the auditor?
No,
No?
not
To
to
whom?
me, to another vendor.
To another vendor?
Yeah.
Not necessarily you.
Accounts payable is a general term for any vendor.
So any
vendor.
vendor that you've included, and isn't, by the way, isn't that one of our challenges in this accounting system that we set up? We have all of our grant dollars that have been identified as, what's the term in here? It was in your presentation.
Restricted.
GLO, no. They're called GLO/Ike recovery. And that in itself is deceptive, but that's how I understand the book was, the entry was set up way back.
Yeah.
When I got on council.
Yeah, it's not just that grant.
It's not that,
The
it's,
fund name needs to.
it's everything,
updated.
everything on grants. And that's, hopefully we know that that's going to be a correction, right?
Any changes to correct names of many.
Okay, all right. So like I said, it bewilders me that, I know how can I say, well, let me go on. This is interesting. So management is not this council, management is staff. And, by the way, the assets of the city of Lamarque, depreciable assets of the city of Lamarque in municipal finance, are considered first and foremost buildings, correct? Buildings. They're considered vehicles. They're considered computers. They're considered, what else? I'm trying to think of equipment. Well, any sort of equipment.
Streets, drainage.
Streets. And having said all that, depreciable, and I find it interesting, you managed to come up with a number, but by the same respect, in your notes, you said, by the way, City of Lamarque, you don't have an inventory list of items.
Yeah. So an inventory, so fixed assets, your capital assets that you're
Yes,
referring to,
yes.
and your inventory, those are separate. So the inventory would be, public works supplies, items that are going to go into service.
Well, but for a depreciable asset would also include in public works, it's a different equipment the grade all and stuff like that. That's depreciable.
Example of inventory would be water meters. So that's something that is not depreciable. So it's going to go into service it's going to be of use by a customer.
Okay.
A depreciable asset is not that. So.
Okay. Now it's interesting. Let me find this section. I'm going to touch upon this, and I have other comments, but I've been going by this line by line, and some days I do a better job than the others. But I do have something interesting. I actually went back to I'm going back to 2019, trying to understand what is it that I did wrong. And by the way, I'm up here, and I apologize to all the residents of Lamarque. If I believe in stepping up and saying I'm wrong, and I am wrong in this regard. I come from a for-profit background, right? A for-profit background, and we were required to do audited statement for purposes of the Federal Trade Commission for over 15 years, and I had to put my name and my signature on that, attesting that. But the audit of a for-profit private entity that I ran is different from municipal audits. So municipal audits, when I see that there's a low cash amount reserve, you know what? On my for-profit side, that was great. Why? Because the shareholder was getting the benefit of cash couldn't be held. That was what we were getting out. Those are the money that we were taking out of it. So it didn't click this testadura. It didn't click there. And so I'm looking at that until I really had to, the other area that I had to realize was that in debt was another category. For me, debt is bad. And so when I looked at the municipal audited statements, I kept seeing that debt amount increase, just increase a little bit, million, 2 million, things of that nature. In the for-profit side, that was a concern because I wanted to keep my debt low. I didn't want to scare off a potential franchisee who was about to invest $500,000 or $1 million in one of our franchises. They wanted to know that we're going to be around. And so I apologize. I have had to rethink and analyze these municipal audited statements from an entirely different perspective and to track. And I guess that's my penance I'm doing now. I'm going back to 2019, 2020 and tracking to understand this. But during the course of that, and Mayor and Council, this is something that I found, during the course of our discussions, we've asked the question numerous times. Mayor, you've asked this, Ms. Yancey, I don't know, Councilman Ross, here we used to ask the question, what's our reserves? And show us the requirement. Well, this is the year-end comprehensive audit presented September, for the year end September 30th of 2020. And in it indicates that, let me find this, that the city, this is in 2020, that its goal is to keep a 90-day reserve. And that's the goal. It's called the policy, it says in here. But once again, I haven't seen a written policy. We've asked about that. I've asked about that, but it just comes up. Would that be something, Gus? Is that appropriate, a written policy? Was that something that the city council takes?
I can speak to that.
Okay.
You all can, and I've told prior city management this. To have a 90-day reserve requires this council and management build a budget that has a 90-day reserve because you all adopt your budget via ordinance. So you could pass an ordinance in May that says we're going to have a 90-day reserve. But if you then pass an ordinance, your budget ordinance, spending that down to 45 days, you've repealed the ordinance you did in May. The only way that you all could stop that process would be to put it in your charter, which it is not there.
Okay. So that's a little item. Put it over
So,
here. Let me
yeah.
mark it over here right now.
Yeah,
It
and-
should be something to look at for future charter review issues. So Gustin, it makes sense here because I'm reading a statement, once again, from the 2020 audit. It says, and by the way, in that line of the 2020 audit, there I find for the first time the note. And I joined council at the end of COVID. The election was delayed in November. It was, Keith, I think it was like November, December. Yeah, there was a delay on that. Robert Mitchell, you remember that. And it was the first. But during this, there's a statement here that says, I see that for the first time. I see that there's a note there that says $1 million of that shall be assigned to the disaster emergency fund. Because I keep asking about that, right? And so I see it there in that 2020 document. Now, and Gus speaks, I think, to what you just said. It says, amounts in the unassigned fund balance classification are intended to be used by the city for specific purposes, but do not meet the criteria. Let's see. The criteria to be classified or as committed. The city council may also assign fund balance as it does when appropriating fund balance to cover a gap between estimated revenue and appropriation of subsequent year apportioned budget. Unlike commitments, which would be chartered. It says, unlike commitments, assignments generally only exist temporarily. In other words, an additional action does not normally have to be taken for the removal of an assignment. That's what you just said, right?
No,
You
I don't know. What are you reading?
I'm reading from the 2020 audit discussing this
Okay.
and finance terms. I guess these are finance terms. I'll share them with you guys. But let me read on. Conversely, as discussed above, an additional action is essential to either remove or revise a commitment. By resolution, the city council has also authorized the city manager and the finance director officials authorized to assign fund balance to a specific purposes. Assignments of fund balance do not require formal action by the city council. However, each assignment must be approved by both authorized officials before the item can be presented in the financial statement. Now, it says here that the city council can, however, take action if it determines that formal action is required by the council. A committed fund balance classification includes amounts that can only be used for the specific purpose determined by a formal action of the city's highest level of decision-making authority. We are the highest level of the city's decision-making authority. And to my knowledge, this council has never acted, at least that I've been on, anything to that effect. That says the city council is the highest level of decision-making authority for the city that can, by adoption of resolution prior to the end of the fiscal year, commit fund balance. Once adopted, the limitation imposed by the resolution remains in place until a similar action is taken to remove or revise the limitation. So I'm reviewing it, I'm picking up a lot of things. I'm having to relearn these items on this side. And those are some of the things I identified in this. But fundamentally, as I've reviewed this, I understand and I appreciate the city manager and our new finance director identifying the challenges that we have on the finance side. I really appreciate that because I feel for the first time I'm getting information from competent individuals. That's number one. Okay. And I appreciate that. I need to see it. I need to analyze it. But that's the other part of this, right? I need to see it and analyze it. And I also, as I started looking at the numbers and going through the tracking that I've done, I think that there's some flexibility that we have to deal with this issue. But we'll discuss that a little bit later, a bit more.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks, and
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Anyone else?
Yes, sir. When was the audit opinion due? According to Senate Bill 1851,
180 days after year end.
which is,
It'd be March 30th, give or take.
so we're out of compliance?
You are, yes.
That's all.
I'm sorry, say that again. Say it again.
We're out of compliance with when the opinion was due on the audit was in.
Okay.
And if I may,
Yeah, go ahead,
speak to
Jeff.
that,
Please help.
That gets into the legal question again. So as far as the interpretation 1851, I'm deferring to your attorney on that.
I can speak to that, and I'm sure Worth can too. Senate Bill 1851, the version that passed the House and Senate and was signed by the governor, says this act only applies to the adoption of an ad valorem tax rate for the tax year that begins on or after the effective date of this act. The act was not effective until September 1st, 2025, so it won't actually apply to a tax rate that y'all begin adopting until next year.
Exactly.
So
Thank you, guys.
you all are fine today.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Again, we're within the law. All right, everybody knows we're within the law. Anyone else?
Not out of compliance.
You all are fine today. And it is, and without putting words in Barbara or Worth's mouth, I would assume that completing the audit by the deadline, in Mr. Brooks's mouth, completing the audit by the deadline next year is a priority.
There you have it. Anyone else?
Yeah, so tell me, good to see you again. And I know you've been with us now for 2 years. Has it been 2 years now?
Here.
This is our 4th year together? Okay. based on what I've seen about, because I don't have the one from 2 years ago, but I do remember that this one is probably the worst I've seen from the others you've given us, as far as findings.
From
right?
the.
Because I've never
This is
remembered.
like, I believe this is probably the latest audit, yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
And I'm not saying worse, because it's still unmodified, right? We got a good rating. So, but what I do see on here that I didn't see before were the journal entries mistakes. I don't remember seeing that in previous.
There were, yeah, there were journal entries, and we typically,
Right.
I remind you guys that those should come down. This year was higher than they have been in the past. So there were more corrections.
Yeah, and I know because of the archaic system that we utilize this year should make that better, hopefully, if they're classified correctly, right? 'Cause this is the issue of classification. Is journal
We have new financial software that's coming in that will help make that happen, but this number of mistakes is unacceptable if you're doing it with paper and pencil.
Right, no, it's a lot. The other thing with the fund balance that you put in here, let me go back to it, because we had two stacks, so that's why I was trying to go back and forth. And I made a note, so the map. Come back to me, Mayor,
Come back to you.
please, because I'm trying to find my note about the fund
I don't know
balance.
about all that. I'm just teasing. Ms. Tanya, did you have anything?
I do have a question. Kind of picking back off of Miss Yancey's question about the journal entries. And you said that this is something that has happened in the past and it would go to the finance department and council wouldn't see it. So once these journal entries have been updated into the system, are those same issues looked at in future audits to make sure that whatever recommendations or adjustments that they've made, they are using those recommendations in the next audit year?
We do, yeah. And just to clarify, these have gone to council in the past. So they're presented every year with the audit. These letters accompany every audit report that we give you guys. The reference to them being for finance was just that they need to physically enter them into the accounting system. So yeah, but we do review any correction that we made this year or suggestion. We have to make the same correction going forward if it's still an error.
If it's still there, okay.
Mhm.
And that's probably why it seems like it's more. I found my place. Can I go?
Mhm.
Okay. The cash management part on this packet that you gave us,
Mhm.
number 3. I don't recall them putting it all in a pool cash account in the past. Is that something new that you?
No, that's
started?
not new. That's been there. And I believe we've had that comment for 4 years.
Okay, and then the fund balance deficit, the generals, the city, so this is the first time that I've seen a deficit fund balance at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the first time I've seen that.
That's new
Okay.
to our audits with the city.
Okay. So that's beyond 90 days, that's below.
It's
Below.
below, yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I guess I'll go through my notes that you've given us in the past and do a compare and contrast and see what the difference is.
Okay.
For that. But
The prior year where you were about $3 million in fund revenue. I think Mayor Pro Tem may have that with him for the 22-23 audit. Or I have your copy of it.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I have right now.
All right.
Thank you.
You want me to go? I always find it interesting, Mr. Brooks, that when we get into these passionate times in our community, we have people who come to represent their beliefs, but they never stay for the answer. They with force come up with all sorts of allegations and assertions, but never stay for the truth. But it's being videotaped. Perhaps we might be able to hit rewind. Question. You said that you represent 70 cities and 120 governments, which means that you have performed audits for 70 cities and 120 governments. Is that true?
That's correct.
Are all of the governments that you have performed audits for, are all of them the same in their governmental organization or structure?
No.
So there are some governments that are council mayor forms of government like ours, and there are other governments that are strong mayor forms of government. Is that true?
That's correct.
When you are dealing with a government that is a strong mayor form of government, do you deal with the elected officials when you perform audits?
We deal with the mayor.
You deal with the mayor in a strong mayor form of government. Do you understand the difference between a strong mayor form of government and a council manager form of government?
Do I understand?
Do you
I
understand?
do, yeah.
Do you or have you ever in your time with this city or any other city where there is a council mayor form of government, have you ever dealt with, have you ever worked with a mayor or council in a council manager form of government?
Yeah, I think you meant council manager. You were saying council mayor, but
Council manager form of
council
government.
manager, correct? Yeah, no, we do not. We do not deal with council as part of the audit procedures, other than getting your feedback on.
You have never dealt with,
questionnaires.
you've never dealt with Ms. Griffin.
No.
You've never dealt
Not
with
with-
Mayor Pro Tem Compion. You've
Other-
never dealt with Councilmember Yancey.
Correct. Not as far as requesting audit support, doing our interviews, the limitations of council managers. We are asking we're reporting to you, but we're also just inquiring any issues, and we're taking that into consideration with part of the audit. But
Is it your understanding of a council manager form of government that the council has no administrative duties?
that is my understanding.
That is your understanding. Would an administrative duty be signing a check?
That would be.
Would an administrative duty be transferring monies?
Yes.
Okay, I think we got the picture. Let me, Joe brought up a question. He talked about this form that he submitted to not only your company, but to the company previous, that did an audit for us previous to your company. And on that form, he asserted that if there were any concerns that a council member might have about the financial situation within that government, that they ought list those concerns on this form and submit that form to you. Do you remember that form? So let me ask you this. Have you ever received on a form or in a complaint in any capacity from staff or any council member, the assertion that any council member has ever interfered in any financial aspect of this municipality?
Well, we receive opinions on potential fraud, and that could be broad. It could be from within the city. It could be, we're not receiving a particular report. I'd like more of X, Y, Z, like Mr. Campaign mentioned. It also comes from city employees who may have concerns in a particular area. So anytime we hear those, if we understand what they're referring to and it's something we agree with, or it's something we need for the audit, we take that into consideration and incorporate that into our audit procedures. If it's something we need to follow up on, we should be reaching out. I apologize. We must have overlooked your particular comment, but policy is to reach out, discuss that particular concern, and find out how it's going to impact our audit, if at all.
Very good. In those instances, have you ever had an instance with this municipality?
Yeah,
And what did you do in those instances?
we take the information, we review it, we familiarize ourselves with it. If we need to dig further, if it's something that's relevant, we will look at the particular area, find out if it's necessary for us to complete our audit, or if it impacts the audit in any way. And if it does, then we'll address it. If it doesn't, then we won't.
Have any of those concerns been addressed with this council?
We address all concerns other than Mr. Campaign.
Your findings, when people make complaints to you, and you make findings, have you brought any of those findings back to this council?
We have, yeah. Yeah, and
Are they found, where are they found?
one in particular is a recommendation for additional reporting to council. So that was something somebody mentioned that council was not getting, at least in the manner that they preferred, and we agreed with that. It wasn't as thorough as it could have been, so we make a recommendation that the city should provide those reports, and we give a description of what the report structure should look like, but it's ultimately up to the city to determine what you guys need, but that's our recommendation.
So the only concern that you brought back to this council was that this council, wanted more reporting.
That is one that we have in front of you. Yeah, there possibly was others in other years. If there was a concern over a particular policy and we felt that that policy was deficient, we would have included it.
Reporting and policies.
Or that's what.
Anything else outside of reporting and policies?
No, that's all we've reported as far as I'm
You've
aware.
never ever brought back a concern to this council outside of reporting and policies?
Most likely, I'd have to look back at the previous letter.
Go back and look if you need to. You stated in your audit report that this is an unmodified report. There are 4 levels of reports: unmodified, modified, adverse, and disclaimed. Would it be safe to say that unmodified is the highest level that one can achieve?
It's the highest level of assurance that the financial statements are materially correct. So when we use those terms, we're referring to the financial statements. So when you look at a balance sheet, you look at an income statement, you want to make sure those numbers are reliable. And so the revenue has to be accurate. All the values have to be accurate, and that's what we're attesting to. Those numbers are correct. They're in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. All footnotes are disclosed. So that's what the audit opinion is ultimately doing.
Let's go to another one of your handouts. Let's drill down a little further. Disagreements with management. You write, for the purposes of this letter, professional standards define a disagreement with management as a matter, whether or not resolved to our satisfaction, concerning a financial accounting reporting or auditing matter, which could be significant to the city of Lamarque, Texas, financial statements or the auditor's report. No such disagreements arose during the course of this audit. What does that mean?
So if we had for example, if we proposed a journal entry to a particular account, we felt that something should be accrued, like accounts payable, and management disagreed with that particular adjustment, push back on it. That would be one example. Or if we wanted to audit a particular area and we were not given access to it, or there was difficulty in obtaining it, intentional difficulty, that would be another example. So it's really related to the performance of our audit procedures. So if we have an outcome or an attempted procedure and we're unable to do that, or there is a challenge in that's really what that paragraph refers to.
So no staff person disagreed?
No, we did not.
No council person disagreed?
No.
Let's move now to other information and documents containing audited financial statements. The second paragraph down. Our responsibility also includes communicating to you any information which we believe is a material misstatement of fact. Read it for you one more time. Our responsibility, not ours, yours. Responsibility also includes communicating to us any information that you believe is a material misstatement of fact. Here's your answer. Nothing came to our attention that caused us to believe that such information or its manner of presentation is materially inconsistent with the information or manner of its presentation appearing on the financial statements. Would you like to explain that?
So that goes back to similar with our audit opinion, just the definition of that. That's assurance that these financial statements are correct. So the information you see in the footnotes, anything that we are attesting to within the report. So the financial statements, footnotes, those are correct as far as our audit opinion is concerned and reliable.
How long have you been doing this?
Auditing?
Yes.
Over 20 years.
Over 20 years. And what you're suggesting to us tonight is the information, while slow, that you received, not from this council, because we have no administrative duties, but from the staff members of this city. While it was slow, you have found no material misstatements.
Well, the financial statements as prepared have no material misstatements.
Very good.
The adjustments that we made have brought these accounts into correct presentation.
Very good. Question now on this sheet. Unassigned fund balance of the general fund was a deficit of $273,098. Mr. Brooks, you've been doing this for 20 years. How does this happen?
This particular year, the city just went over budget. Really, you spent more in particular areas than you brought in, and you had a decrease in fund balance of over 2 million, and that you didn't have a significant amount to begin with. You were, at kind of on the lower end of your goal there, and it was almost entirely eaten up by this year's activity.
It was eaten up by this, so the municipality overspent its budget.
Correct.
That's what this is explaining to us. It's not explaining anything other than whomever those persons were that have administrative functions, they overspent their budget.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
Let's go back to this page. The general line item, column. Talk to us about the $2.1 million of deficit that you are explaining to us in that column.
So we can take a more detailed look at that if you'd like, if you have the report.
I would love to.
Let's flip back to the budget to actual for your general fund. That's going to be on page 104 and 105. So this is a more detailed presentation of the summary budget to actual that I went over in one of the slides. If we start at the top, you can see the revenue side. That's what the city brought in property tax, grants, sales tax, permits, what have you, other revenues, donations. So the final budget, so after all amendments were approved by council, the city was anticipating receiving $16,584,000. So that's what you anticipated bringing in. You actually brought in $17,459,000. So you brought in about $875,000 more with this than you anticipated with this budget. If you see the numbers on the right, you see where which accounts, which particular revenue sources were over or under budget. So at the top, you had an over budget in property tax of about $417,000. And then you were under budget in license and permits, sales tax, fines and forfeitures, investment income. So it's, when you're doing your budgeting, it's not an exact science. You're not going to get it right, exactly right. So there's always going to be variances. Really, your goal is to get it as accurate as possible and make sure that the council is receiving the most accurate information. So if you're looking at your budget actual reports, you don't want to approve a budget at the beginning of the year with the expectation that you're going to receive X number of dollars only to receive something wildly different. So the goal is to give you guys the most accurate information. But you did have a positive revenue variance on the revenue side. Below that, you see the various expenditure categories: general government under budget, several public works under budget, several others. The most significant over budget item, which resulted in the biggest reason for your decrease in fund balance, was in your public safety department. Within that, your police, you had a over budget of 1.8 million. Part of that is related to an audit entry for some capital outlay, but most of it is just there were some hurricane barrel expenditures in there, so some other items that led to that overage. But for the most part, it was just under budgeted and overspent.
So let's be clear. We raised $875,000 more than we even anticipated. You just said that.
Yeah.
So here are the devil in the details. At some point, Parks and Recreation overspent by $91,000. Information technology, $15,000. Cemetery, oh my God, $3,800. Here's where we get into the thick of it, Mr. Brooks. I said, oh my God, because it was a cemetery. We ought to do a sign of the cross. Here's where we get into the thick of it, Mr. Brooks. Those of us that want to know where our money went, Mr. Ferguson, those of us that want to know where our money went, $1.8 million went to the police department. No shade, I love police. We're just explaining where the money went. $67,000 went to the judicial department. That's the courts. $517,000 went to the fire department. Used to be a firefighter. $283,000 went to the inspection department, and $56,000 went to animal control. Is this your report? Is this accurate?
It is.
Does any of those departments say city council? Any of them? None of them say city council. The truth of the matter is, an administration simply overspent their budget. There is nothing nefarious about it. There is nothing criminal about it. There is nothing suspect about it. It is, we brought in $10 and we spent $15, just like at the kitchen table. Let's move to findings. In fact, the second finding that you made, Mr. Brooks, expenditures in excess of appropriations. As disclosed in the notes to the financial statements, expenditures exceeded appropriations in several departments. Is that what we just went over, Mr. Brooks?
It is.
Here's a good one. Number 4, unspent bond proceeds. The city did not timely transfer funds from unspent bond proceeds to cover bond expenditures made from the pooled cash fund. Now let's stop to make sure that our administrations are following the law. Those expenditures that came out of the pooled cash fund, were they bond appropriate expenditures?
Yeah, the actual expenditures were correct. The account that they were pulled from was not. And that's what led to the comment 3 and comment 4. The deficits in your pooled cash grew and grew as bond expenditures were paid out of the pooled cash rather than the actual investment account. That's just it's a function of needing to transfer money from the investment account to refund those bond costs.
Mr. Brooks, you're a smart guy. Would you consider that an administrative function?
That is, yeah.
Ms. Holly,
Yes, sir.
is the council responsible for administrative functions?
No, sir. You do,
Okay.
by charter, you cannot.
Okay. Number 6. The city is currently reporting accounts payable, but the amount reported in the individual funds do not match the amounts reported in the pooled cash fund. In addition, the city is not regularly reconciling the detailed accounts payable balances to open accounts payable listing. Explain.
So the city has an accounts payable system. Invoices are coming in, they're being entered into the AP system. You should be able to produce a report at any time, which would be called an open AP report. So an open listing, a listing of any open unpaid liabilities. Those amounts should match the cumulative amount within each of the funds, their accounts payable balances, as well as there's a pooled cash feature that played into this as well. But traditionally, those two numbers haven't matched. They've required significant digging and correcting to get those to find out where the issues occurred. A lot of times it's just accounts that were adjustments that may have been made to the account itself rather than within the AP system, throwing those off. But they were, nonetheless, they were inaccurate. So the two accounts did not balance. They should balance, and they do after our audit. But our recommendation is to monitor that and adjust it, track it, make sure at any given time it is accurate.
Mr. Brooks, extra credit. Is that an administrative function?
It is not. No.
What function is that?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that an administrative function?
It's a function of the finance department, yes.
Ms. Holly, is council responsible for administrative functions?
Not by charter,
Okay,
sir.
number 12. Finding. The city should report, this is a big one, Mr. Brooks. The city should report their financial position and results on a monthly basis to council. The current reporting does not represent a snapshot of activity in a concise and easy to read manner. Are you suggesting, to all of our astonishment, that the council is not getting adequate reports, nor are we getting reports that we can take action upon?
We felt there was room for improvement.
You felt there was room for improvement. Would you be surprised to know that my friends, Mr. Compion and Ms. Yancey, have asked for monthly reports from ever since they've been on council? And we still, to this day, have not been able to get accurate reports. Ms. Holly, who's responsible for giving council accurate reports?
That would be the city manager, sir.
Ms. Holly, one of my colleagues asked you last meeting, when these things happen, what should we do? What was your answer?
If you're not getting what you're supposed to be getting from this desk, you fire the city manager.
I yield to you, Ms. Griffin.
I had time to look at these over the weekend, and I've been listening to the residents and council. And the thing that has been constant is the yellow flags that we've been getting. That we've had signs that this was coming down the road. And the thing that I'm excited, to help figure out for the good of order is what we as a council are going to do to help the residents. And when I say help the residents, there are a lot of processes that have issues. A lot of processes across city departments that we have issues with. And the thing I want to know, because it's my understanding that mayor, council, and city manager have the authority to make those changes so that the residents doesn't have to deal with lack of experience or lack of knowledge or lack of training. It just seems to be a constant thing that I've heard over the years. And I know Ms. Holly and Mr. Worth is providing us all of the options for us to consider. And I know on the back end, we're gonna figure out what happened, this, that, and the other, and you pointed out some departments with overages. But the question that I'm leaving away with is what are we as a council and city manager going to do to resolve the issues with processes within the city?
As it relates to the financial system, you just need
And I
qualified.
don't know that the question was.
Yeah, that might be worth,
It wasn't
worth,
clear.
yeah, that might be worth.
Yeah, the auditor's actually not allowed to give specific recommendations at that level. It violates accounting rules. So I can speak to, this is something we take very seriously. We have already put in place in the new accounting system, which again starts, comes live October 9th. We're implementing it over the 1st through the 9th. In that system, no purchase order can be approved without a department head, the finance director, and the city manager approving it and it falling within the allocated budget for that expense. No check can be written without the department head, the finance director, and the city manager, all three approving. All that is built into the system. So it is locked, all three have to approve those things. You will again, going forward, you will get a check register so you can see every check written every month. You'll get budget to actuals. You will get a balance statement, an asset list. All of those things and many others are coming. We are already working hard to get these controls built in to the system to prevent these types of issues going forward. I will say this fiscal year we are in right now has roughly 1 week left. I cannot fix everything that occurred in the fiscal year we're in. It's just not possible because it's already happened, right? I will go in and fix as much as I can, but it is not going to be a clean audit. That's just not within my ability to do. But we are moving forward with, again, a ton of extra controls, even more controls than would be at the like a normal recommended level, because we want to ensure that none of this happens going forward. In addition, every fund is going to get their own segregated bank account. As soon as we have the cash to fund that account, that cash will be split off into that account, and then it will live on its own as it should indefinitely. So we are working towards those things. You'll see more of that as we roll it out. There's additional functionality that's going to be available to y'all as well as we get there. Those will come a little bit later in the year as we roll out the reporting piece of it. But I'm going to give you as much information as I possibly can and explain it as in the best way that I can, to the point that I'm hoping at some point y'all tell me you're giving me too much, please pull back. That is what I hope. And then we can discuss whether or not a pullback is needed or not. But we will also work with the council to determine exactly what you want, right? If you want a budget to actual split up, where each department has their own separate report versus one big report for all budgets actual. If you want it broken down by individual line item within the budget or rolled up to the department as a whole, we will talk through that and get you exactly what you want. And that's coming as early as the next meeting. Now, as we've said, I can't validate every number that's in the system currently, for reasons that mirror what Mr. Brooks talked about for last year. We are still working to try and figure out what all the correct numbers should be. But we will give you what we have. And so that's what we are promising to council. In addition, most of that will be available, if not all of it, on the website for any citizen to review.
I got one last thing. Okay, so what we're looking at is the 3-4 final.
Yes.
Okay, so that means that we got a 24, 25 that we have to do. And so I guess my question is what are we doing to minimize the issues that were addressed in this 3-4? So that.
So all the recommendations that were submitted by the auditor, we will review. We will provide an official response
Okay.
as the city administrative. That will be reviewed by council as well before it officially goes to the auditor to see if there's any additional things council would like to add to those responses. Again, it is virtually impossible for it to affect the 24-25 year because that year has 1 week left in it.
Yeah.
I can't go back and have multiple people approve checks from 6 months ago. Right. So there are certain limitations, but moving forward, we are addressing everything we can as fast as we can, but we want to make sure it's done right and not just something thrown together. We want to really work through the process and make sure all that is accounted for.
Very good.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that was a problem, Mr. Worth, because we would get these findings, they were telling us, I think that's what Joe was talking about, never got the feedback. Like we would get the findings, oh, we're gonna fix it, but it was never, this is how we fix it, this is what we did. And that's why you keep seeing some of those same findings, right? From the previous years. The question I have for you though, you mentioned something, and you know, you can say that too, because I think you said something that was pretty, it was quick. But you said something about the investment accounts not being put back into the reserves account in a timely fashion, which is why it looks very, very negative from so it looks as that has more to do with someone just not knowing what to do. Because when someone sends something out that the city is broke, that's not what they're really saying. There's certain funds that were not transferred over in a timely manner after you've used certain bonds. Now that's what I got. Cause you said it quick, but I want to get some clarification on it.
For clarification on that, if we were talking a specific number, the negative fund balance for unallocated general fund, right?
Right.
So everything that doesn't have an explicit purpose, right?
Right.
Which is what we used to pay most of our bills, right? That is negative after accounting for all the transfers that should have happened in 23-24. That's why there's so many journal entries. So that was overspent, even accounting for that.
Okay.
Now at this moment, I can't say what has been moved in and out in this current year, because I have not had time to fully review that for the CO bonds or ARPA funds or any of those things. That is one of the things we are looking hard at. That was one of the items on the plan that we presented to y'all, was that we thought there might be some funds not fully transferred. Right. So that is one of the areas that we are reviewing to try and find additional general cash funds.
So city manager, could you give us an update on that within 90 days? Because
Yes, ma'am. And
because
in
if that's
fact,
the
I'll be
process,
doing
that
this-
could just be a bad practice, right?
Yes, ma'am, and I'll be addressing that at the next item.
Because
Part of that.
because of the way you came in, I used to work for HUD, right? And so as a director of public housing, we had to make sure that our budgets were right. But right in that last 60 days, everything's tight, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And because of the way you came in the last 60 days, I just want to make sure that, was it a bad practice? Was it a bad process? Because when people contact the news media with, bad facts, bad information, we have to make sure, and that's another thing we'll talk about, Mayor, probably on another agenda day, but I want to make sure that we get that practice fixed
Yes, ma'am.
immediately.
Yes, I will also note that part of the problem that was brought to you was not just the accounting problem. Remember when we talked last meeting about there's the accounting side and there's issues
Right.
there. There's also the cash side, like
Right.
physical dollars in existence to pay bills, right? The problem that is the most urgent that we were presenting to you was a cash problem. Now, accounting issues led to
Get
that, but it is an actual like physical cash problem.
No cash in the bank. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, but that's my point. If they're not transferring the money over from the CO fund, you know, how you transfer this to pay that, but you gotta bring something else back to that.
Correct.
That's what it looks like.
there will be some of that almost certainly, which is one
Right.
of the areas that we'll look at. That alone
It's
would
not
not
enough.
solve
Not enough.
the cash issue.
I still would like to know. that
Yes, ma'am.
practice.
You'll absolutely know.
I think.
Mr. Lowry?
Something that's been said repeatedly tonight from even constituents is, and it's true, our charter states very clearly that we have no administrative duties. But you wouldn't know if that was happening, correct?
If you were doing it without my knowledge, no.
Exactly. So what people are saying and what the city, she answered correctly. The correct answer is, we don't have administrative duties, but it could happen, correct?
If you chose to do it, yes.
It could happen. And it does happen.
So what are you saying?
Yeah, you can't
Hold on,
just say
hold on,
that.
hold on. I didn't interrupt anybody else.
You
I
can't-
did not interrupt anybody else.
You can't just,
I did not.
Mr. Lowry, I'm chairing this meeting. You cannot make
Show
an
me the
assertion.
same respect that I
You
showed
cannot, Mr. Lowry, you cannot make an assertion that is fundamentally not true.
Okay.
Proceed.
When you say that, I tell you, be careful.
Mr.
And then the following day, I will show people
Mr.
something. So be careful.
Mr. Lowry,
Be
proceed.
Telling you, be careful.
You don't have to try to bully us because we're not gonna be bullied. Continue.
I didn't interrupt you. Please
Continue,
don't
proceed. Sir, if you speak out again, we're gonna have you removed. Okay? Proceed. You're welcome.
So it is correct that there is no administrative duties up here, other than we can ask our city manager to give us the documents that we've requested for years, council's requested for years to give us the updated monthly registries and stuff. Simple question. Did your company perform a forensic audit for the city of Lamar?
We did not.
No forensic audit. Again, you can only audit the information that's given to you, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Did you go through 150 plus credit cards and check every transaction to make sure that there was no fraud?
No, we did not. It would be a sample selection.
Sample meaning, do you choose the sample or does the city choose the sample on what credit cards to give you?
We choose the sample,
You choose the sample. So you pick random credit cards and they provide that.
random or judgmental, depending on what we see.
Okay. Did you audit fuel transactions?
It's possible that we selected some fuel. It's probably unlikely given the dollar amount, I would imagine. A lot of our audit procedures and samples are skewed to some of the higher dollar items. But it's possible. I'd have to review our file.
Has anybody on council or former city manager brought to your attention that there has been reports of fraud pertaining to fuel going back to 2020, 2019?
I don't know for sure. I'd have to review the forms to say that for certain.
So just to be clear, you did not audit every aspect of our city finances.
No.
Okay, perfect. People can go to you, correct?
Yes,
A whistleblower, correct? Anybody can go to you as a whistleblower, correct?
they could, yeah.
Council, mayor, citizens, police chief, anybody can go to you if they have concerns of corruption and fraud inside the city of Lamar.
They could.
So again, this was not a forensic audit, it was just a routine audit. Just to clarify.
That's correct.
I want everybody to know that this was just a routine audit. Would your company know if there was a bribe taken from a developer or from a council person to a public official? Would your auditing firm catch that bribe?
No, unlikely.
Unlikely.
Yeah,
So it could happen. You wouldn't know about it.
it's possible, yeah.
Oh, he can read.
Did you say a forensic audit
A
would pick that up?
forensic
either?
audit would not pick that up either because it wouldn't be part of the books.
A forensic audit could be something that you could say, look at transactions from permitting. Are we waiving permitting stuff? That is an area that a forensic audit could catch if it was something that we were looking for.
You would need a forensic audit to do that. All you would need is an open records request to do that.
So, yeah.
You can do that right now, Mr. Lowry,
Again,
today.
A
even.
forensic audit takes one specific thing you want to look at. So whether that's general fund, whether that's travel, whether that's fuel cards, a specific, very limited scope thing, and then it reviews.
It doesn't have to be
everything.
limited. It could be broad.
Actually,
you could ask for everything.
By definition, a forensic audit is limited.
Okay, but
Right.
an audit, you could request everything be audited, correct? And you can change the words however you want it. It would be.
I
similar
don't
to a
know that
forensic
you
audit.
actually could and meet the definition of a forensic audit, ask for everything. I think you actually.
So
have
we're
to ask
just
for-
playing like a word salad.
You could have many forensic audits that each target one.
Okay, so
one thing.
Okay. So
Just
we
from a,
could,
to be very, like, again, I want to just be very clear about what the actual definition is and how it works.
but a forensic
Thank
audit looks
you.
for specific things and specific accounts.
Yes, it actually is entirely focused on looking for fraud. It does not determine whether something was accounted for correctly. It is focused entirely on.
And
Searching.
Mr. Ferguson, would you need the scope?
Yes, the scope is.
Time out. Wouldn't you need the scope, yes or no?
Remember this?
I'm gonna let you reclaim your time. When you need the scope, you would need the scope to request a forensic audit, correct?
Yes, as part of the RFP, you would
You would need
identify
the
the
scope.
individual scope.
And if you already are certain that people are corrupt, you already have the evidence, so why would you need a forensic audit? Don't answer that. Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So to his question, if somebody breaks the law and they don't get caught, or if somebody steals a candy bar today at the store, they broke the law, correct? If the DA decides we're not going to prosecute that, did they still break the law? They did.
Assuming stealing the candy bar was against the law, which in
Okay,
some
so
cases it
so-
might not be.
so
I don't
just
know.
because somebody isn't prosecuted yet, does it mean they didn't break the law?
That is my understanding, but I am not a district attorney or.
Are you done, Joseph? Finish your comments.
I just wanted to clarify that anybody can go to you. And I'm sorry to, I get worked up, very, very passionate about this stuff here. And I don't disrespect you like that, so please don't do it to me.
Joseph,
Fair.
Joseph, proceed.
Have some-
Joseph, proceed. I know you're upset, Joseph. I know you're upset. It's okay, though. You can proceed. You can
I
proceed.
chuckle at you.
Joseph, you can proceed.
Show
If you-
some respect.
Do you want to proceed? If not, I'll move
Where
on.
is that gavel? Show some
If,
respect.
if you want to,
I'm just asking you to show some
Compion,
respect.
proceed.
Which is,
Proceed. We don't have to hear that. Proceed, Mr. Compion.
yeah, that's good. Good. Sounds good.
Thank
Thanks.
you. Thank you, Joe.
Before you leave, just quick follow up.
So
Your
sad.
system, I want to remind, I'm going to put it in an email to you guys. I want to have it in black and white. You mentioned earlier that the new accounting system and the part with budget is one that I encouraged us to get from another city, which was there. But you mentioned that you were going to work on a read-only dashboard for council members. That gives us an ability to monitor the same documents that you're looking at.
Yes.
So I just want to
As
remind
part
you
of
that.
the OpenGov system, we are implementing the financials and requisitions piece on the beginning of October to go live on the 9th. The budget and reporting piece, I will start working on building in November. Part of that is the piece that will allow us to give you view-only access to any report I can build in the system. Again, it is not absolutely anything. It is limited by the structure of the system. But I do think council will find it very useful.
Okay, thanks. Well, I think it's going to be important so that we all here can have access if you want. Mr. Brooks, just to come follow-up items. Comp time. I've had nightmares on the comp time as I read more about it.
We all
Okay.
have, Joe.
I'm here's a question that I have, and Gus says maybe partially you. Comp time is treated separately if you're a public service if you're a public safety employee, like a policeman, fireman, they perhaps come under different standards.
I'd have to review the policy, but I think there's a different.
Your collective bargaining agreement
Yes.
speak differently to comp time for public safety employees, both police and fire, than they do for your civilian employees.
So we really talk about two different types of comp time when you analyze the.
General employees do not earn comp time. We've done away with that everywhere except for the police department, who still has it in their collective bargaining agreement. But general employees, your non-CBA employees, your civilians, and even your fire department have gone away from comp time.
Say it again. What did you say about the fire department?
The fire department has even gone away from
from
earning
comp.
comp time. So it's
So
just your
what
police
we still
department.
have been, because I read in one of our city policies as well, or one of the audited statements I was reviewing, we still have individuals that are earning sick leave. So that's the sick leave was another category that I was going to bring up for regular employees. And as I recall, and I didn't write it down, I used to have a photographic memory, believe it or not, but I can't remember it now. But in there, we have an obligation. It was open. I think you
1,000
could-
hours. I think it's 1,000 hours.
1,000 hours. It was a significant amount.
Very high.
It was very high.
1,080.
How much?
1,080 hours.
That's what I thought. I saw 1,080 hours, and that's owed to an employee when they leave.
Correct.
Quit or leave.
As long as it's on, as long as they give a notice
Okay.
and return all equipment and everything, like on good terms.
On good terms. All right. So the sick leave is
Per our handbook.
an issue that I'm pointing out here that I'm concerned about, as well as in the comp time. But you're saying, Gus, that we'd have to go back, and we just completed the collective bargaining stuff, right? That issue would have to be with the police or fire unions.
And nobody is trying to retrade that deal.
Okay.
But that was something that on the police side that the city worked with the police on to try to at least make some progress.
All right. All right. Very good. So the other item that this note 13 about new accounting standards, compensated absences. Could you please explain that?
So, this relates to sick time.
Okay.
Your PTO, your comp time. If you had maternity leave, if you had sabbatical leave, it's any type of leave. So there was a previous accounting standard that defined certain aspects of how you account for your compensated absences. And this is a new accounting standard. It changes the evaluation of how you account for it and ultimately report it. Your city, since you do pay out sick leave, that's typically not done. So what the impact is for most cities is that they will end up accruing sick leave where they previously had not. So the financial impact for the city of Lamarque on the books, it's not going to actually result in any new outlay of dollars. It's going to be an accounting entry, but it impacts how that liability is estimated.
But there will be a liability that's shown.
There is, and there is now.
Oh, there is.
Before and after.
Okay. All right. And just last comment, Mayor. I had mentioned this earlier, and when we had our first discussion about this, issues with the budget where there's a three-step process here. We're looking at bridging the gap, trying to figure what we could do now because of the issues that we have now. And ultimately, we look at reforms. Part of what discussions have occurred today is part of those reforms. And then also ultimately transform the weaknesses that exist within our financial reporting, weaknesses that we have, accessibility, follow-up, questions on the budget, things of that nature. So bridge, reform, transform. Part of that reform and transform, I believe, is the council action it took after I'd urged for many years the creation of a finance committee. We're going to move forth with that, and that will lend an additional set of eyes. Because let me tell you, and I appreciate individuals, so many of them are sitting right now in the audience. They love to express their opinion. And many times I'm up here and I have to watch what I say. That's the sign of the times, right? Watch what I say. I do, Joseph. I do. But we have individuals that are willing to say what's necessary. This is an issue and things, and I think that will lend us another level of accountability as we go through and create and deal with these issues. That's all I have right now, Mayor.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
I have about 30 minutes more. I'm just kidding. You look tired, Mr. Brooks. You ready to go home? I think we're done with you. I think we're done. We're gonna move on. Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Look forward to seeing you again soon. Unless you wanted to stay.
No.
You sure? All right, Council, I'm sorry.
Could y'all just vote to accept the audit or not?
We could do that.
Approve
I'll
the
entertain a
audit.
motion. I will entertain a motion to vote to accept the audit. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Show it passes 4-1. All right, we're on 7-2, guys. Ordinance number Gus, which one of these or would both of these require a voice vote? Both. Okay. 7-2, ordinance number letter O dash 2025-0018, making appropriations for the support of the city of Lamarque for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2025, ending September 30th, 2026, appropriating money to a sinking fund to pay interest and principal due on the city's indebtedness and adopting the annual budget for the city of Lamarque 2025-2026 fiscal year. This is the first reading. Ms. Holly or Mr. Ferguson, who's going to lead us in this? You'll start?
What I have prepared for you is a summary of each of the departments. And page 1 looks at our revenues, which show up in red. That's the way that our accounting system works. Currently showing 23,621,000. And then the city manager's office at 675, which is down 107,000. The city council at 62,750, down 15,000. But I want you to look at the very top, it talks about a tax increase. For every penny, Ms. Johnson anticipates it's going to be 182,046. If you would kindly flip to page 2, you'll see why this is important, particularly following the audit. We ended a year ago upside down, meaning there was no money in a fund balance. We did not have our 90-day reserve. I do have a recommendation, I think, that was sent to me from your former councilman, Mr. Mitchtick, that we borrow from our COs in order to make the money. And we did explore that. So you could use a CO to pay the debt for that CO, for example, the police department, but then you could never use that CO for anything that it was intended for. So we opted not to do that to the police department when we were searching for money to pay our debts. But to use our certificates of obligation for anything other than they have been established constitutes fraud. And yes, sir, it's a very serious thing. It is not an option. We did check with it. We talked with our bond counsel. We do have Brad Angst, who's our public finance, who's also on the line. That was an item that we explored early on to see if our certificates of obligation gave us the authority that we could borrow against them, that we could do anything. And ours are written so tightly that we cannot. So that was not an option that we could take. So when you end the year, we are to the good 219,000. If you'll remember, what's in red is good at a 39-cent tax rate. What that does not do is pay for any of the debt funding. I'm on page 2, that we're looking at $300,000 in loan origination fees, $258,000 in interest rate if we get a good interest rate, and following all of the comments that came out of this audit, that looks less likely. So we are $338,883 upside down on the general fund budget without a tax increase. Now, again, as was pointed out by our former council member, because all of those funds were put into one ball of wax, or a lot of the funds were put into a ball of wax that were restricted funds, our interest in sinking was put into that account and drawn down. We need to repay that $2.2 million. Our hotel occupancy tax was put into that ball of wax. At the best I know right now, without being able to talk to the comptroller, was $150,000. Impact fees was put in there at $600,000. Our 90-day reserve that we need to build back up is $5.1 million. Our water revenue that was borrowed was $3.8 million. Our park user fee was $53,000, and our disaster recovery is $1 million. Now, obviously, Mr. Ferguson cannot do all this at once, but we do need to be solvent. So across the top of there, you will see what 2 pennies gets us, what 3 pennies gets us, and so on. We need to have something so that we can pay the emergency debt payment back and begin to separate these funds out as they need. If you then look at page 3, it'll show what the next budget for HR is down 12%. We've got finance is down 41%, although there's an item to put one of Mr. Ferguson's positions back in. Audit is down 46%. Tax assessor fees are staying the same. Appraisal district fees are staying the same. Development services has gone up by 41%. And what you saw in the last audit is we are not recovering the cost of our third-party inspection services. So we need to update those fees so that that's at least a break-even proposition, because right now it is not. And then if you get into judicial courts, it's up 30%. Police is up 27%. Part of that is it hasn't been budgeted properly in the past, but as the auditor showed, the bulk of the overspending that occurred in the 23-24 timeframe was on public safety. And in speaking with the chiefs, it was Hurricane Beryl, it was events, it was different items, but we need to make sure that as we go forward, that is something that we're very, very cognizant about, because we can't afford those kind of swings. So police is up 27%, and this does include the contract numbers that we just got. And I do want to say thank you to both of the chiefs, because both of their unions have opted to take no raises until January, until we look like we're solvent. And then police specifically came down on what they had initially negotiated. So I thank them and I thank their membership for doing that, because they recognize where we are as a community, because we're not out of the woods. We're not like asking for any of this money to be added to expenses that would be related to general government. It is only for paying the debt. Fire is up 20%. City clerk is up 15%. The library is up 27%. Parks are up 27%. The shop is up 40%. Public Works is down 17%. IT is down 5%. Animal control is up 15%. Emergency management is down 15%. Code compliance is up 2.37. So what this does is it goes through every single department and gives you a summary of where we are in this budget. We cut out the raises. We have them in there in January if we're solvent. And it gives you an idea of where we are as a community. The only reason that then I'm asking today that we continue with the 45-cent tax rate is at the second reading, you can drop it. But if you drop it today, you can't go back up. And as Mr. Ferguson and I have been looking at the books, he found about $1 million of bills that had not been paid, that the situation is not getting brighter as we dig into it. So we need to be able, and we're spending every moment trying to get the best scrubbed numbers that we can for you of why we're asking you to do what we're asking you to do. And as the auditor said today, they identified where those over expenditures happened in the 23-24, and we are currently doing the 24-25. I know that Mr. Ferguson has those numbers, and I will be adding them to these sheets to see where we are. But it appears again that our public safety was not properly budgeted in years past. And so when we would ask them to do, any of the festivals or any of the trunk or treat or anything that we were asking them to do, they were not budgeted expenses. And so I'm asking both of the chiefs to be very, very careful, and they've been most responsive in limiting what they're going to be doing for overtime. But that is the basis of what happened in 23-24 to put us upside down. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Ferguson.
Well, before you do, say that one last part very clearly one more time, Ms. Holly. What was the basis of how we arrived to be upside down?
The police and fire were not properly budgeted for. And in speaking with the chiefs, a lot of it had to do, we had Hurricane Beryl for one, that was about 1.3 million in expenses. But we also had a lot of festivals, things that are important to the community, but it wasn't budgeted for overtime for police, fire, ambulances. And so 2.4, I think it was 2.4 million that was overspent in 23-24 was public safety. And that's where the money went.
Mr. Ferguson.
So again, these budgets are prepared with the best numbers we have right now. Again, we have done a lot of work to try and get these as reasonable and accurate as we can. But I would say the biggest piece of information, and this item is specifically about the budget, not the taxes. The next item is about the taxes. We have to have an approved budget. At this moment, this is what we have been able to make, and it does balance, or almost balances. Again, if you add in the additional tax rate, it would balance with that money going to repay the loan funds. But we would ask that you approve the budget. One thing that will be potentially different than in the past is if there are changes needed to the budget, let's say we get a grant to cover something we were originally going to spend out of general fund money, we will make a budget amendment that goes to the council to approve, move that money where it needs to go, even if that means it goes into, a fund to give citizens something, right? Again, whatever the council wants to do with that money, but we will adjust the budget as it comes in and as information throughout the year comes through. So you are not, this is what we are proposing and are expecting in the year. There will be adjustments as new information comes in, but what we will never do is increase the budget without a decrease somewhere else. It will always stay neutral on an adjustment.
Ms. Holly, I see. Ms. Holly,
Yes, sir.
you were saying former Councilmember Mistich emailed some proposals.
He
And did you say one of those proposals would be fraud? I misunderstood what you were saying.
It is. And, but we checked into it before I got this. So what he said what he wrote out is you have $10 million that can be reallocated as needed to correct all accounts. Nowhere at any time did I disclose the 10 million in COs the council authorized for water projects a few months ago. You cannot reallocate COs for truing up the general budget. And in checking with our bond counsel, that constitutes fraud to do that. You cannot do that.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Lowry, you had a question?
Couple things. I don't see $2 million worth of events in the city for our fire department, our police department. And I vaguely remember them requesting more hands to cut overtime. So they wouldn't be in this position that they're being blamed for currently. And in relation to the overtime to the hurricane stuff, all that money comes back to us.
It might.
It might.
It has not yet. And I think the Chief Aragon can speak to the events, because for about 1.3 is barrel. And so you have about 1.1 that's remaining. And he said that he was bringing it to the prior city manager a couple of times ago about the different events that were happening, that was all happening on overtime. And that is a very expensive prospect to do that. And he could tell you what those amounts were. And so then it's the city manager's job to let you know of what the impact to the budget is every time we have different events.
Well, and I take responsibility as well, because as council members and mayor, especially somebody that's been here for 25, it's our job to make sure that we're getting these updated monthly statements. So it is our fault, if anybody's fault, and I'll take the blame for that, because we didn't do our job as elected officials upholding the charter in many different ways.
Well, it should not be a fight for you to ask your city manager to get you monthly financial reports. It shouldn't be. That is not an odd thing to ask. It's an odd thing not to get them.
Even through open records requests.
Through any means. They should be available.
I agree.
Well, I would just like to say, as I said before, Worth, Councilmember Compion and Councilmember Yancey, for the last 4 years have requested these documents. And so we as a council, the three of us, for the last 4 years have requested these documents. But isn't it true that this problem occurred, the bottom fell out of this in the last 2 years?
We had a surplus in the 22-23 year of roughly $3 million. And then in the last 2 years, the wheels fell off.
And
Now,
so
we had the warning signs, but It absolutely hit the tipping point.
Yeah.
There were, as is usually the case, there were some issues prior to the last 2 years, but the last 2 years is when the cliff fell out.
Yeah. Yeah, very good. Go ahead, Joe.
So this document is your proposed budget? Was that, is that on my hearing?
It is the proposed budget, just showing in a more truncated format. We've already presented the budget. That budget does not change from the 39-cent tax rate. The only point of asking for the additional pennies is simply to pay off the emergency loan, the debt that comes, the payments that come along with that. And then if there's a way to start rebuilding all those funds that should have been, well, that are by law restricted, that got put together and spent down.
Question. Under development services, this category of services, that fourth item, the the $565,000, that's principally outside engineering.
It's actually building permit. It's for them to,
Oh, that's what?
it's for the
Is that personnel?
inspection. Yes, it's for plan review and inspection, but we have not been charging sufficient monies. So if you look even in the audit that just happened, we were short on revenues in development services and over on expenses.
So this, I guess, here's, you're looking at these categories and because it had been presented to us in the past, but the information we got back was it wouldn't accomplish the same level of service, especially on the inspections that were, was it both plan reviews and inspections?
Mhm.
Both of them, on both of them, because we have an outside entity that's doing that right now. If we brought that in-house to have an inspector do that.
If we
Cleanest.
can find someone, it's difficult to find them. We have not, when Mr. Ellison moved on, he had multiple certifications. He was qualified to do both plan review and inspections, but we were still heavily using a third party.
Okay.
So we either need to true up our expenses to what we're paying them, or we're going to have to try to bring it in-house. It's just tough to bring. Much larger communities are struggling with bringing that in-house.
I see. Okay. And then, but that same issue, what category is engineering services then?
Engineering
showing?
should be coming in under your water and sewer, and that would be under, because there's very little for Attico to do in the development. Development services is more vertical construction. They have less to do with that, and they would have more to do with water and sewer,
So that's under
generally speaking.
that public works then, or there's a separate line item here for utility? I don't see it yet.
The Fund 2, I'm sorry, did not get printed with this. Let's see if I got it here.
Well, in short, what I'm hearing from you, if this is accurate, from both of you actually, is that you're going to continue to look at these numbers to either, if there are expenses associated with the services that we're presently using, you're going to implement fee adjustments that will cover the costs of our services, or alternatively, you will analyze and see if we can bring this in-house in some fashion to reduce the total expenditures. Is that accurate?
Yes, and the council will have to approve either decision.
Yes, yes.
And even if it comes in-house, there could be fee adjustments to pay for the in-house people.
Okay.
We had been working, Ms. Holly and Mr. Ferguson, with the Economic Development Corporation on a short-term loan of about $1.5 million. We had discussed the potential sale of a property at about $1 million. I have heard nothing about that tonight.
They are later on in the agenda.
And so, but they factor into this moment here.
Yes, sir, they do. We need about 6.7 million to make it through to January. The EDC was incredibly grateful, I'm certain generous in loaning us 1.5 million. If you approve it, we're looking at selling for $1 million. That gives us 2.5 of what we needed. So it's a combination of the cuts that we have to staff, we've got $500,000 just in general cuts to staff that we have. We have delayed raises. We have the police department that's come in at a lower rate on their contract. We have the emergency loan for our tax revenues, and we have, do we have are we gonna get a loan for the Hurricane Barrel? Is that one likely?
It is still possible, but we're going
Okay.
to pursue that after we have.
So we're cobbling
made some-
everything together to keep us going.
So we need 6.2. Is that what you just said?
I think it was either 6.2. Do you remember 6.2 or?
I don't remember the
Okay.
exact number off the top of my head. You can see increases in miscellaneous revenue in the budget from 300 to 1.7 million. That would account for the majority of that loan.
Mhm.
Oh, you're wondering where the revenues were in the budget?
Yeah, 6.2. We needed 6.2.
To make it through December before the property
Okay,
tax revenue.
so potentially 2.5 is coming from EDC.
Correct.
Correct.
So that leaves us 3.7. Ms. Holly was just talking about a loan that we could take out against property taxes. How much is that loan?
It's 4.3.
But we wouldn't receive all of that. That includes the fees to issue the loan.
Right.
We would receive 4 million is what we are currently pursuing.
So wait a minute. You said we needed 6.2.
So that gets us to where we need to be, but then we have to repay that. So we're going to get it early, but then we have to repay the loan for the early tax receipts. We have to repay the EDC, although they're giving us incredibly favorable terms, and we have to begin to rebuild. And so what we're asking when you get to the tax rate is if you will leave it at 45 cents today, if there's any way that we can bring that down by Thursday, we can let you know, but that gives you that flexibility. And then if we can do with 3 pennies, then that would be what we'll come back in and recommend.
Can I add one more note real quick before that may help? Currently, there is no cash if an emergency happens. So part of the loan's plan is to provide us with cash to help us cover preparation, to be covered in case a disaster,
Any kind of a hurricane or any other emergency.
Go ahead, Joe, jump in.
I have to keep it simple in finance because it overwhelms my head sometimes. I begin with what's my revenue that I can anticipate every month. And I don't hear that number. So every month, this city has revenue. And that, what I've seen in the past, what I've studied, is approximately anywhere from $500,000 to 600,000 through about maybe December. Is that accurate?
Around 500,000 is what that is our yield off of the sales tax. So that is part of what we're making, that we're using to keep us afloat until we start getting our property tax revenues.
So going back then, revenue. I can, in October, because sales tax is from the previous month. So 2 months, previous 2 months.
Well, it goes back 2 months.
Yeah, it goes back 2 months, but we get it. When do we get that? First of the month?
So
it rolls in throughout the month.
Sorry?
It rolls in throughout the month.
Oh, month. So for purposes of our financial planning, I'm going to say I'm going to get $500,000 for October. Okay. Now, how much do we have? well, before I go there, you said you identified $1 million in additional bills. I heard that, correct?
You did.
That is correct.
Was that another $1 million of bills? Because originally you talked about $1 million.
We didn't know about, these were bills that simply were not paid.
The
that had-
first, sorry, the first million was related to bond payments that were required at the beginning of September.
No, along the lines, you guys said that there was checks that had been sent out and.
Oh, correct.
Okay. So yeah, so
Right.
the outstanding check register, which is checks that we have written and
Yes.
and mailed out, as of when we ran that report on the day before the last meeting, I don't remember the exact date that would be, had showed 1.2 million in outstanding checks.
And we didn't have enough money to cover those checks or not?
At that moment in the actual Texas First account that writes checks,
Yeah.
we did not have enough money.
We did not,
Correct.
but we covered that then
We transferred in money from an investment account
from an investment account.
Yes.
So those got covered from the
yes, they are
bill plate.
covered.
Now we've identified another 1 million in unpaid bills. Correct?
These are invoices that had come in that for whatever reason had not been paid.
Are any of them hurricane related expenses?
No,
I do not believe so.
No.
it was more water, what
So-
we pay to the water.
The Water Authority,
Corporation.
but also there was our electricity provider, it's kind of a swath. I don't know why or what happened. We are continuing to identify those as they come up.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back though. So I'm anticipating $500,000 in revenue. Through the generous offer of a short-term loan from the EDC, I can also count on 1.5 million. That gives me $2 million right there.
Correct.
That's gonna be enough cash to get us through October, correct?
With the money we have in the rest of the investments accounts, I believe that is accurate.
Well, folks, it's either yes or no, because you've been saying that it takes $60,000 in expenses per day. That's
That
$1.8
does not
million.
include expenses that occurred a long time ago that we now have to pay.
Correct.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, that is, what you're saying is correct.
Yeah.
So if these were ordinary circumstances, we could state with much more certainty, if we have, $60,000 a day times whatever days, that's going to get us through. And until you start finding out, we haven't paid Attico $400,000. We didn't pay the people that we buy our water.
It's 178.
We didn't pay our electric providers. Those are things that, like, in this last week, we just found, they're all things that give us pause. And so as we try to,
I'm sorry. Where have these bills been at? I don't understand running a city like, I'm sorry.
we don't either, sir.
We were not here, so I can't speak to what happened.
So finance. Here we go. I'm gonna shoot myself.
I am sorry for any
The-
frustration.
So
He's teasing.
follow
He's
me
teasing.
then. So that's $500,000 plus the 1.5, that's 2 million.
Correct.
So that we have 1.8 in regular normal expenses that we assume to get us to the month. There's a cushion there of $200,000 to cover these other outstanding issues at that point, 200,000. Okay, we can then anticipate the sale of for the following month, another $500,000 with the sale of property
Correct.
of $1 million.
That is the discussed amount, yes.
Okay, so that then gives us 1.5. But we should slide through the November with that. By that time, from what the discussion Ms. Holly and with Ms. Ashley, who's unique, she knows these numbers. She's been a resource to all this, the auditors as well. We should have a better feel for the 1.3 million that FEMA is reimbursing us for Barrel.
I would just caution on any assumption about FEMA that would be, I would not count on any of that.
Well,
in a reasonable time frame.
okay, well, all right. I'm not gonna go there, but fine, I'll take your.
I will just say, it took years. I mean, the city of Galveston just closed out their reimbursements a year or two ago. It takes years to get this money. Maybe it'll come in by December, but maybe, yeah.
Well,
So-
if it comes in shorter, then we have a unique person that has been able to do this. That's my view. And because she's shown that in terms of the monies that we didn't know that had been reimbursed to us at all. And she's the one that came up with the report to tell us, God, folks, we've got reimbursed for.
Already been
Ike."
reimbursed, yes.
Right? The whole list we had never seen before. And I'd been asking about. She had that information, not anybody. She had that information.
Yeah, I'm not questioning
Okay.
her knowledge or skills. I'm saying from a
But
planning perspective.
So
It's
what
can't
I'm
get
just
to.
trying to get an idea is in terms of this issue of the full amount versus a lower amount of adjustment if necessary on the tax rate. Because I still don't feel comfortable with the numbers, to be quite frank. I don't. That's my problem here. I don't. feel
Neither do
comfortable.
we.
Huh?
And that neither do we. And that is why we're asking at this point, we need the flexibility
Well, look,
because
so,
everything that we're finding is another problem.
And in my world, I guess here's how I would approach it. I'd go out and get a line of credit.
We're trying.
That's not an option for cities. The city, there is a constitutional provision on
Galveston has a
issue.
line of credit.
They have an emergency line of credit
What's the difference?
that it can only be triggered in events of declared disasters.
We're in a
And
disaster.
no, you are not in a declared
You're talking
disaster.
about
That
a
is a
federal declaration.
Yes.
Yes,
Well, It
yes.
sounds like we should have done that
Yes.
somewhere.
And that line of credit's been pursued.
Well, so that's still on the table then to deal with the possibility of some sort of declared disaster.
Sure, we'd have
Yes.
to go
that
out and
needs-
pursue that I don't know.
That needs to be set up immediately.
I would think so.
And I don't,
Because other cities are doing that, right?
Right,
Fort
yeah.
Bend is doing that.
Right.
Because of what happened with Borough, I believe they're actually getting a loan on it or something like that, but I would encourage you to look that. look
We
that up
are
and
looking
see.
at that. We are looking at that, ma'am.
Okay. Like I said, we're trying to work these numbers. And Ms. Holly, you've indicated this to me previously. I think you shared that with council before too. Our biggest amount of dollars that come in that we anticipate coming in will be approximately the month of February is when the tax revenue comes in. The ad valorem.
January through March is typically.
January to March.
Yeah.
And we're looking at, what was it, about 7-8 million?
Yes.
And
But not all of that money is able to be used to pay for operations.
I understand, because
Yeah.
we have debt. That's
Yes,
also.
part of it is
is
specifically
yes,
set
yes.
aside for
And,
that.
and as well as then the additional sales tax that's still ongoing as
Correct.
well too. Okay, so it's just this little, like you said, this 3 or 4 month period here that we have to.
Yes, the other thing that I will note, and I know there's a lot of big numbers and a lot going on. We're trying to explain it as concisely as we can. The budget that we have in front of you that is balanced at 39 cents is what we would refer to as a keep the lights on budget. It just keeps services running. What it does not do is add any funds to the city to refund all those funds that were drained out inaccurately. So that we're not bringing in extra revenue to refund those balances for those funds.
Mr. Ferguson. In this $23 million number, all of these new $1 million worth of bills that you all have discovered, is that in this 23 million?
No, sir, because that's in this budget year.
Yeah, that would not be, revenue for that year. That was.
So here's my problem, and here's where we're gonna have to have a come to Jesus meeting. In 2022, the city of Lamarck's budget was $15.4 billion. In 2023, it was $16.5 million. In 2024, it was $17.7 million. And then all of a sudden, it ballooned to $20 million. And this year, we are at $23 million. Here's the issue. The issue is 2 weeks ago, 4 of us voted to stop insolvency.
Yes, sir.
We wanted to make sure that the city of Lamarck would not become insolvent. And we gave 2 weeks to the administration to give us a clearer picture. And yet we are here today saying the exact same thing. Now, I do realize, Ms. Holly, and I credit you for all of the work that you've done. Mr. Ferguson, I credit you for the work that you've done. I do realize that you all are doing your job. You're doing a bang-up job. We ought to applaud you. And certainly we owe both of you a debt of gratitude. But the elephant in the room is 2 years ago, we were at $17 million, had a $17 million budget. And now we are being asked to move forward with a $23 million budget. I don't understand why we can't cut our budget. We can go, there was a young lady that came here last meeting. And she said, ever since she's been here, Lamarck has been bankrupt. That wasn't true, right? But during that period of time, quite interestingly, it was another chaotic period. Geraldine Sam had gotten recalled. Deanie Barrett had gotten recalled. Connie Trube had gotten recalled. Larry Mann had gotten recalled. During that time, we found ourselves about $900,000 over budget during our budget workshop. That council stayed until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, cutting $900,000 out of a budget. And I have heard a lot of different scenarios here within the last 2 weeks. But one scenario I have not heard was cutting the budget. And I just have to tell you, Mr. Ferguson, we have explained to the people where the money went. The audit did that. You all's documentation have showed us that, right? So we get it. We get that we overspent, not us as council, but administrations have overspent their budget. We get that. Why can't we cut our budget? Because all we're talking about is $900,000. If you're talking about 6 cents, I think that 6 cent tax rate puts us at $910,230.
Actually,
Why?
5 cents. The
5
tax
cents, I'm
assessor-
sorry. What did I
the
say, 6
tax-
cents?
Yes, the tax assessor's office came back with slightly altered predictions from when we had the first.
So it was 6 before, now it's 5.
It was between 5 and 6 before.
Okay.
But
So the 5 cent that you seek, that we have heard from a good sample size of our constituency, that they have heartburn over. Why can't we cut $910,000 out of a budget, knowing that we were at 15 in 22, 16 in 23, 17 in 24. And then all of a sudden, 25, we jump to 20, and 26 now, we're jumping to 23. That's $6 million.
so some of that is the budget was set at something that was not right. And so I can't speak to how they came to the 17 number for that year, but then spent 20, over 20. I wasn't here. I can't speak to that. You can always cut things from the budget, but they result in those things not being provided. Right, so if you cut staff, that means there's not as many staff to answer questions, to pull PR reports, to do any of those things, right? If you cut events, then the city's not funding events for the citizens of the city. If you cut blanking on different types of things, but anything you cut creates that thing not being at the same level as before, or not existing, depending on what it is you're cutting. You can always cut. Our budget is to attempt to provide the same level of service as has been expected and provided in past years. There is, you know, a increase in the cost of everything. I'm sure everybody feels that in their own personal life. We have to account for that as well. We also have uncertainty, as do a lot of people, in what the tariff situation that is going on will provide. We don't know what those costs are going to be, so we have to budget conservatively on any adjustments for that. They may not be, at which case that would free up additional money. But from a budget perspective, we don't want to assume best case scenario and plan for that, because best case scenario rarely occurs. And so we want to make sure we are accounting for all the variations that can come up. And so that's where that number comes from. If you want to stay tonight, all the way till I start work tomorrow, looking at every individual line item, I'm happy to do that. I would ask that you give us a break to go get something to eat, but I'm happy to do that if that's what council wants. It would almost certainly institute needing to have another meeting, because the budget does have to have a first reading and then a second reading that adopts it. So if we make fundamental changes to the budget, we potentially need another meeting before the beginning of next fiscal year on 10/1. But that's up to the council to make that decision.
Yeah.
So later on you have both of our police and fire. And if you see from the audit, that's 62% of the city's budget. And so where general government has gone down in expenses, public safety has gone up. So that would be some very serious discussions that would have to be done with our public safety people, because that is where a significant amount of the increases have occurred in the past and are occurring in the future.
And we did just negotiate CBAs with both. They're both
Right.
on the agenda today.
I thought, I want to follow up on it, because I have been looking at this. If I was back in my for-profit world, these are things I'd be looking at. And that perhaps one time, I think we even did it when I first joined this group. I was just doing a number. Let's just assume, this is just an assumption. Cost to operate the city is $60,000 a day. I mean, yeah, $60,000 a day, correct?
In 24-25. Every time your budget changes, sir, it changes by what it costs to run. So next year's daily cost is going to go up. The
As part of
budget that
general
we're
inflation.
in right now is 60,000 a day.
It varies by how many projects you have set aside to do that year, cost of those projects.
Okay, I'm not gonna worry about it. If we were to implement, and not for public service now, mind you, but for all other employees, a 4-day work week, and I'm just running some numbers here, assuming the $60,000 per day figure, and assuming that we could shave that in half for one day. For one day. I mean, it would be
4 hours.
four days out of the month.
Well, the 60,000 figure actually includes Saturdays and Sundays and Fridays right now.
Because
Okay.
Monday
we're-
through Thursday actually costs more than that on a normal basis.
Yeah, because we're 24/7.
Oh, well, I'm just trying to think
Sure.
in my mind, shorten work week.
Sure,
Put
if
that in
we,
place.
if we, adopted the city is only open, for payments 4 days a week. That would have a potential to reduce some costs. You'd still likely you'd have to then talk about, do you want to be open extra hours to allow for people to come in that would normally be coming in on that Friday, or, you know, there's a lot of, pieces that we could work with there.
We're already closed half a day on Friday, right?
Right half a
And
day.
that's, you know, again, that's something that can be discussed. I could not give you an accurate number on how much cost savings that would be off the top of my head.
We could certainly have
we
it
can-
for you by
So
Thursday.
if I say this statement, I'm just looking for yay or nay, if this is what I understand. Today, Ms. Holly, you're asking us for purposes of your calculations for us to consider this higher tax rate, correct?
Right.
Because of the payback obligations and rebuild reserves and things of this nature. And it's really just, if we take this action today, it's not a confirmation, an affirmation that we're going to accept that rate at the second reading.
That is correct. You can always go down.
Okay. And so we can come back and say, look, you're going to be looking at these other cost saving measures. Get some ideas from all of us that we have up here, right? From employees, get some thoughts from employees. It's, you know, on their side too. And how do we implement a savings program for the next 5 months? For the next 5 months. And with that information, when the second reading comes about, which would be
Thursday.
Oh, that's our special meeting on Thursday?
Right.
You're gonna be able to have that kind of information?
We
for
will,
us
we will do
on Thursday?
everything we can. Yes.
Then that's the time for us up here. Maybe not. For us up here to determine whether, you know, we stick with that rate, or we opt for something, stay with the rate that we're at, or opt for something less. Correct?
Correct.
Is that accurate in saying that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead. You can go Joseph first, because it's him.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, just a couple things. I'm curious, where does the tariffs come into effect for the city?
Tariffs have an effect on the cost of goods that we buy.
Like, what are we buying?
Toilet paper, wood for, any building that we're doing, steel.
Anything. Yeah.
Yeah. Anything that is not.
Vehicles has been a big one that we're seeing that with the enterprise fleet, that we're going to start seeing some cost increases with that. And that's one of the things that we've already met with enterprise about how do we get rid of vehicles. We're going to sell our 4 GMC trucks because that's about $100,000 to us. We're honestly looking for anything that we can to be as frugal as possible. It's just when we find bills that haven't been paid and it's that high, I mean, my hope is to be able to come back to you and say, legitimately, we need 2 pennies, we need 3 pennies. We don't need all of it, because I understand what that means to this community. But we are still on such a razor's edge of staying open.
And I guess the other thing I wanted to say was, and it finally got brought up, is cuts. We have to listen to them. And I keep hearing what we're gonna do and what I want to do and what you need. It's what they want. And a lot of times, and even other cities and stuff, I listen and how they talk and stuff, they're not listening to what they want. We heard them tonight. We heard the taxpayers speak. They're speaking about it online. We know what they want, so we need to listen to them. You know, we've ignored them for years with a forensic audit. Regardless of the, you know, word salad we want to play or.
And we are happy to discuss that in the future.
And so. All right. You okay?
Are you gonna finish?
Oh, yeah, you
Okay.
chuckle in or something.
We actually have
Um,
a little over 500,000 in staff cuts in general government
Currently.
Yes.
that we have put into place. Yes, sir.
And so another thing when it comes to listening to the public is one thing for 100% certainty that they do not want cut and will not want cut, I can guarantee this, is public safety.
Correct.
They're not going to want to cut our police. That was the number one thing when I ran for office. The number one thing was police and fire. That was it. So if we know they don't want public safety cut, we know they want a tax decrease. Where do we get, how do we get there to what they want? Because that is our job, is to give them,
Our job is to govern.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
She said our job is to govern.
Our job is to listen to the tax. And I heard a mayor in another city say that you elected me to make the decisions. No, he was elected to listen to the taxpayers.
That's governing.
And so that's what we need to do. That's what we need to focus on. We heard the wants. Now that's our duty to get the citizens what they want. So if they don't want 1 cent, 2 cent, 3 cent, 4 cent, 5 cent, our job is to get there for that.
Then I am happy to stay here till 7:30 in the morning with you.
I'll be here
looking
with you.
at everything.
Y'all two can be here together.
Happy to do that. I would say, if those cuts have to come out of the general government, that would have an effect on our courts, that would have an effect on, we would probably be unable to do any public information requests.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
That's pretty standard currently.
it would be a dramatic reduction in
You know,
all the other.
I'm gonna let you in, Ms. Yancey, but you know, here's the issue. At the end of the day, the constituency wants it all. At the end of the day, I love the police and I love the fire. Again, I have a special relationship with both of them. But if they are 62% of a budget, if they're 62% of a budget, what you're saying, Mr. Ferguson, is really insightful. Because when you cut the other 38% of the budget, as deeply as we are considering it to be cut, you are going to have tremendous issues delivering basic services. Tonight, perhaps there are people that have come and they've said, don't cut public safety. But every other, would you be surprised, Mr. Ferguson, that every other night that we have met, somebody has said, my roads are trash. My sewer is backing up. A young lady said that tonight. Our water rates are too high. We need to do something about our infrastructure. And so it is not that they simply say, cut what you will, but don't cut public safety. They want it all, because if we cut the street maintenance projects, if we cut other parts of our budget, if we cut the court system, they will be right back up here. And that is because we have to be very clear and accurate with our constituency about what our financial conditions are. We can't play around. We can't lie. We can't cast aspersions. We can't make false assertions. We can't make false claims. We have to be crystal clear at what our at the financial situation for our constituency. And we have not been doing that. We have blamed everybody. It was Miss Holly. It was, it was James. It was TJ and it was Lauren and it was the Penningtons in the back. And you know the Penningtons, you better watch them because they're stealing all our money. And the fact of the matter is we have an issue with providing services. That's the issue. We have an issue with providing services. Now, I'm going to let Ms. Yancey in, but here's my take. There are some things that we perhaps can cut. There are some supplies perhaps that we can cut. There's some professional fees that perhaps we can cut. We're only looking at about $900,000. May not be people, may not be public safety folks, but we are going to, in my opinion, we're going to have to start making some cuts. But the other thing that we're going to have to do, Mr. Ferguson, stop the foolishness about where the money's going, because it's making people distrust government. And when they distrust government, then we can't level with them and be honest with them about what it takes. If they had confidence, and it's not based on a forensic audit, it's based on assertions and lies that are being told in the community. That's what it's based on.
Be careful.
Mr. Lowry,
I'm gonna tell you, be
Mr.
careful.
Lowry, you will not bully me, not one day of your life.
Expose you some more though.
You, Mr.
will
Lowry,
expose
you
you.
haven't exposed me yet. Let's move on. Here's the thing. All of the lies and all of the innuendos is creating mistrust in our community.
That's right.
And so they
Bribes from
want to-
developers
and they don't.
and trying to
Mr.
shake down
Lowry,
developers
Mr. Lowry,
is what's creating
That's your
distrust
first
in the
warning.
community.
that's your first
Give me
warning.
another one.
That's your first warning.
Taking bribes from
Mr.
developers
Lowry,
is what is creating
that is your
distrust in the
second warning.
community, and it's
Ms.
proven.
Holly, we have a
proven.
policy. We have a policy that if I give him 3 warnings, he is to be removed to be put in another part of our building so that he can visit with us online so that we can mute his mic. That has not been proven. Not one time has that
Oh, it
ever been
has.
proven. Mr. Lowry, I'm going to give you a 3rd and you're going to be removed. I'm telling
Don't
you.
lie to the public
You're gonna
because
be
you
removed,
have
Miss-
yourself taken bribes from developers.
Ms. Holly,
You're a liar.
can you have your officers
You are a
remove
pathological
him?
liar.
Chief.
You have your officers remove him, set him up somewhere next door. That is a lie, and you need to stop telling that lie.
It's a fact.
No, that is a lie.
It is a fact. It's on recordings.
Again, Ms.
We got
Holly,
copies of checks.
we have a policy. We have a policy. You don't have a copy of check of me doing anything, Mr. Lowry. If you did, then I would be in jail, and I'm not in jail. Please stop telling that lie. That's what's causing all of the problems in our community.
No, it's
You
people
need to
taking
stop lying.
bribes from developers.
I see you. I see
It's
you later,
people
Mr.
taking
Lowry.
bribes from
see you
developers
later,
like you
Mr.
and
Lowry.
Yancey. That's what it
I
is.
see, and yet we still are here. And yet are we still here?
Count your blessings.
I know, and yet are we still here?
He's been asked to leave. I vote that he leaves.
Please.
Do
Council.
we need a motion?
Need a motion. I move that we
No,
ask
you
him to
have a
leave.
policy, count.
So let's take a motion.
It does not require a motion that.
I'm a public official and I'm sitting right here.
Mr. Lowry will have to be relocated so that he can
Press,
participate.
remove me from
Mr.
my
Lowry
office
can,
and then
Mr.
they
Lowry can be relocated. Mr. Lowry, you can be relocated.
Councilmember,
Ma-
would you
ma-
please
ma'am.
step right to the box?
Hey,
Mr. Lowry, you can be relocated. Thank you, Mr. Park. Good night.
Mayor,
I hear you.
That's not the policy.
I'm sorry, tell me what he just sent it to me. Can you tell me what the policy states, sir? What-
Gus, part of the member reading is if there's a instance where a councilman got out of hand, that you take a pause, suspend the meeting until that's correct. Come back.
That is not our policy.
That is not our policy.
Um,
He is to be, Gus,
The first one, I believe, was a recess, but I mean,
That's correct.
did Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to say something? Were you trying to interject?
which I'm hopeful, gentlemen,
That was
That-
recess.
that we-
that was not the policy.
that we calm down and just get through with the business the residents expect us to get through. That's all.
I
And-
make a motion that we,
Can
that-
can we do that? That
Let me say this. Let me say this, Mayor Pro Tem.
I want to make.
Let me say this. He will no longer make accusations, false accusations against myself or any member of this council. It's been 5 years that he has been making false accusations. He has brought all of these things to the district attorney, and the district attorney has told him that there are no crimes that have been committed, at least as far as I know, by Mr. Bell. He needs to stop making these false accusations, and we need to move on with the business of the city. I was making a statement as to how we need to go about communicating with our public, telling them the truth about our finances so that they can have confidence in our finances, so that when we level with them, they'll know it's the truth. The lies that he tells are doing nothing but undermining our government, and this is primarily the reason why we are in the situation that we are in. They are false. That is a black eye on Jack Rhodey's office, that you would think that Jack Rhodey would somehow, some way, just turn the other way when crimes are being committed in a municipality by an elected official. That's not.
To the public.
I make a motion that we remove
I've
him.
got the, I've got.
Wait,
the
wait a
law.
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. We're gonna hear from Gus, and then we're gonna hear from Ms. Howard.
My reminder to the council was going to be, this is about the budget. This is the agenda item. While we have had ethics complaints about these issues in the past, there is nothing on this agenda about a developer or paying a developer. And so I would advise all of council, we need to stick to the agenda and not stray from it, because when you stray from it, you expose yourself to potential violations of the Open Meetings Act. And I would advise you not do that.
Very good, Ms.
That is
Howard.
mine.
Okay, a council member breaching rules of decorum may have the power to his or her microphone turned off. A council member may only be removed from the meeting after an affirmative vote of all the city council members present at the meeting, except the council member accused of breaching the rules of decorum.
So we actually have the power to have him relocated.
Yes, but it would take a vote.
It would take a vote.
I make the motion that.
Well, hold on, Ms. Yancey, Mr. Compion wanted to speak.
This is ridiculous.
I hope that we get through the meeting here and he's put on file, it's now recorded. Even TJ got recorded of whatever accusations and allegations that he's made. It's for the record there on the video and whatnot. We can, as individuals, believe what we want to believe. That's it. Our business today is, let's continue, Mr. Lowry, with our business. Absolutely. And Mr. Mayor, let's continue with our business. I think that's what the community would like us to do.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
And keep going.
Is that your motion?
Otherwise.
Is that your motion?
James, come here, James. You want to
That's your
speak?
motion.
Let me kind of help out here a little bit if I can on this, like Gus said, let's get back to the agenda. I hadn't heard the $1 million about the railroad yet that we're supposed to get.
Oh.
And,
you're right.
I think we was looking at 90 days, to get the money, and that's probably been almost 30 days. But y'all might could talk to them and see if we can speed that payment up.
Yeah.
You ain't got much time, 4 days, but I think Joe communicates very well with them, and see if they'll help us out of this bind by paying us up front early. Cause I think we've done excuse me, Joe,
I'm sorry, James, go ahead.
okay, pay attention, Joe, cause the ball's gonna be in your court, cause you
Yes.
get along good with them.
Yeah.
But y'all might, that's an option. And then, during all this heated discussion, don't forget, y'all own ordinance 18, talking about appropriations. And you're talking about the 45 cents, and that's on down the line. So don't forget to vote on that 18 and all y'all's.
Yeah,
Okay, but that might be an option.
yeah, I got you. As I was saying before, Mr. Worth, it is important that we be very transparent as to how we got here. because we have residents that are confused as to how we got here. And you're asking us, Ms. Holly is asking us to consider a 5-cent tax increase, or at least in the interim, so that we can make sure that we have monies available. And what I'm suggesting is, before we take that step, why wouldn't we do everything in our power to cut $910,000 out of our budget? There has to be $910,000 worth of soft costs in a $23 million budget.
Again, that would be a process that would require both me and Ms. Holly and the council to stay and do that.
We can certainly, what we'd ask for tonight is that you maintain that you approve the budget, and that you maintain the 45-cent tax rate, that we come back to you on Thursday that shows that we can save $900,000. It will involve our public safety partners, which, and I appreciate everything that they've done so far. We will look at 4-day work weeks. We will see whatever we can come up with, and then have that. And then on Thursday, you can make the decision if there's any tax increase, which we are being told by our public finance is part of the room for us to get the loans. They're looking at some of that, but at that point, it may not need to be 5 cents. It may not need to be 4 cents, but today we need that flexibility.
Mayor, there's one interesting, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna let you make the motion. I'm gonna let you make the motion.
There's one interesting comment, and Mr. Wolf, you may have noticed it too in this audited statement. And I wanted to make sure that we're aware of it, is that let me find it again, that one moment, I had it, and then all the excitement moving it around. There's a statement in here that from the auditor that says that their responsibilities include a determination. Let me find it there. If you give me one moment.
You're fine.
If financial statement. So the bottom line, I have to find it again, but there's a statement in here on the obligations of the auditing of the auditor. And the statement indicates that they have a responsibility to inform, and here they say management, but they said they have a responsibility to inform management after reviewing all the financial information that to express any opinion whether the city can continue functioning as an ongoing entity. And there's no note to that effect that they've.
Yes, but that is also from a year ago.
I understand, but it's still the language in here. They're not.
Sure.
They're not saying, look, we've got this concern. This other information is here, but I wanted to point that language out that's in here. I have to find it again. Very specific language. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Yancey, you had a motion?
I didn't, well, originally I did not have a motion. My motion was to remove Mr. Lowry for what he did. We have got to respect our own house. And we have to respect our mayor. I'm a school teacher, so yeah, I'm coming with that. This is absolutely embarrassing and it's ludicrous. But if Ms. Holly, if we cannot go by our own policy and know our policy and not follow that, We've got to follow it. For everyone, what you do for one, you do for all. And this has happened too many times in this house. So I would hope that if that happens again, that we follow our policy. And our policy is, because I asked for the motion, and we should have had the vote, and it should have happened. Because I am tired of looking like a clown show because of one council member. So I'm willing, since I haven't heard anything, we have definitely got to stop it and follow our own policy. Now, I'm going to go back to what we were originally going to be talking about, right? Because I'm District A. We're the largest district. And if you look at the taxable of who pays the most taxes now, it's District A. I didn't hear District A tonight, but I've talked to District A. I've called people on the phone because of what has been happening the last 30 days to ask the question. We are a safer Lamarck now because of the public safety initiative. We know that, right? Nobody wants to really give that up because we are safer now than we've ever been. We're finally getting the training that we need for our officers. We're not perfect, but I don't think anyone wants to give that part up. We are still the second fastest growing city in Galveston County. People are still moving here in spite of some people wanting to destroy us. And so, in spite of people not wanting to come to us professionally, but to go after our families, harass us, and do all that other things. We are still the second fastest growing city in Galveston County. Our residents believe in us. They believe that we will fix this now that we know it. Because my question to them was, when have you known this council to know about something and not strive to fix the problem? Not this council. We worked very hard to do it. So no one's willing to give up big cuts in public safety because we've seen the difference. We've seen the difference. But the issue is to our citizens is that we have to look at our tax rate. We have to be honest and say, what happened? How did we go? Tech City's at 47 cents. We're at 39. That's a big, and they have a much larger tax base than what we have. And so I'm not to this council, I'm not ready to cut public safety because I've seen the difference. Now fire, that's the only, we don't have a volunteer fire place. I've told you before, some of our issue is in code enforcement where we didn't collect over $400,000 per budget year. That's a problem. But we have to ask the question, like the mayor said, they want everything, but we have to govern to make the best decision. I would hope that if we stay at 5 cents and have to come down, that we can at least show that we came down a little bit or try to. Because no one wants their services to be piss poor either, right? Because we are growing, people are coming here. But I think we have, for those of us that live here, breathe here, we have to look at our story, right? Our story, what happened in 22. We did a whole rollback, but we have to get $1 million back to the citizens. We had there's a story here that we need to look at. Like we have squeezed and squeezed and squeezed. But at the same time, everyone said, hey, we need roads, we need this, we need that. Well, roads are $500,000. We've done the bonds, right? We've done I'm talking about the Galveston County bonds, right? We did those. So we have really, really worked to keep it as low as possible. But it's really low compared to, we don't have a tax base. If you look at Dickinson, they're kind of in the same boat as well, but they do have some other things. My point is this: squeeze as much as you can until we get to Thursday. Find where you can find the $900K, but I don't think anyone wants to give up their safety, especially with things getting tighter. The economy is not going to be so hot, and when people do things to survive. So I don't think that, speaking from my constituent that I have talked to, I called them up. It's not something they're willing to compromise, but they have said 2 or 3 cents, maybe. Because we can talk, and I told them about the story of 22 when we were at 55. Robert, you said 53. Could you imagine if we were at a 53 50 cents, this would not be an issue right now. But because of that, because of politics and these huge giant egos, please stop it. Let's get back to the work of the people. Because that's what's important, not all this other stuff. Let's get to the work of the people, and that's what I heard. So you do have my support, the staff has my support. And I'm like, Joe, but we need to see it, right? We need to see those monthly reports, because guess what? They're gonna be watching us to say, hey, did you get those monthly reports? Is it making sense, right? But I'm hoping that new software we bought, which is about $800,000, but we got that through ARPA,
Through
right?
ARPA funding,
Through
yes, that's
ARPA
correct.
funding, that'll be able to help us alleviate some of the problems that we've had, because everyone was talking about how archaic our systems were. So maybe they'll be better.
Yeah, the new system will allow us to build in controls in the system to help ensure that.
Right.
One other note, when comparing tax rates to other locales, it's important to make sure that you're comparing a tax rate that is the same, right? So the city tax rate at Lamarck accounts for public safety, fire, EMS, trash, all of those things, but it's not the same if you go look at certain other cities, right? You need to make sure you're comparing the same. So for example, in Dickinson, the city covers police, but the water district is who covers water, sewer, trash, right? So you actually have to do both tax rates together to find something that is comparable. And Dickinson has volunteer fire, but so it's not as simple as just looking at the city tax rate to get an equal representation of what is being compared to other cities.
And thank you for that story, because we need to hear that too.
Mayor,
Yeah.
point of information.
Yeah.
Just two quick things. I think our website is having difficulties because I can't pull up the agenda anymore. So that's just, it's, so we've got some challenges there. And then, but what are we on there? What's the action that we're
We are
on?
still on 7-1.
Which is budget. Yep.
Which is budget. So
7-1 was on. Thanks.
So for what you're looking for right now, Mayor, is a motion to accept the budget, budget?
To adopt it.
To adopt the
Yeah,
budget.
The first reading, the final vote will be
That's the first.
yeah.
So I'd like to move to adopt the budget, Mayor.
Make a motion.
Yes, sir.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? I will say again, Mr. Word, there's $910,000 in this budget
I agree.
to cut. We gave y'all 2 weeks. And here we are again, same place, same bat time, same bat channel. Any other discussion? Kayla, there you go.
I was just about to say I need a
Voice
vote for this. Yes. So, Councilmember District A,
Yes.
Councilmember District B,
Yes.
Councilmember District C,
No.
Councilmember District D, and Mayor.
No.
So motion passes 3-2.
I didn't hear you. Did it pass?
Yeah,
Yes.
60% approved it.
60%. Okay, great. Thank you.
7-3. Ordinance number letter O -2025-0019. Levying ad valorem taxes for use and operation of the municipal government of the city of Lamarque, Texas for the 2025-2026 tax year, providing for appropriating each levy for specific purposes and providing when taxes shall become due and when the same shall become delinquent if not paid. A tax rate of 0.452161 per 100 valuation has been proposed by the governing body, the city of Lamarque. Maintenance and operations, M&O tax rate 0.336908 per 100. Interest and sinking tax rate 0.115253 per 100 for a total proposed tax rate of 0.452161 per 100. Would that be you, Mr. Ferguson, or would that be you, Ms. Holland?
You can have either one of us, but I think we've thrashed this. And so if,
Ready to get on with the business?
Get on with.
yes, sir.
I
We
will
have a
entertain-
nickel bet on when we get out of here.
I will entertain a motion.
Mayor. assuming that I understood this properly, that for purposes of the discussion that we've had today, all the factors, all the information on unpaid bills and the loans and things of this nature and our need to repay those loans, that you're submitting this request to us based upon that information that you have. But we have requested, this council, for you guys to go back to work. And I share Mayor's belief that there are cuts that can occur. I'll send you some suggestions as well too on this area. But if we proceed on this, if I proceed on this and support it, is with the understanding that I reserve a final decision with regard to what increase, if any at all, at our special meeting on Thursday.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that accurate? Is that accurate with the process,
Yes,
the
this
procedure is?
moves it forward
Gus?
to the second reading.
On the second reading, we can adopt a lower rate or stick to the same rate at the cycle. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, having said that, I'll
Yes,
move.
as long, you can't go higher.
No, I'm not. God, no, I don't want to get killed.
Just
All right. So,
purposes of-
but for purposes of this, I'll move that we approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, Michaela.
We have to do a voice vote again. Councilmember District A,
Yes.
Councilmember District B,
Aye.
Councilmember District C,
No.
Councilmember District D,
Yes.
Mayor.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
7-4, boards and commission appointments. Appointing, reappointing, or removing members of boards, commissions, and committees.
No.
You
no,
cannot, sir.
Where?
You cannot. No,
Yeah.
Yeah,
We've moved
yeah,
past public
yeah.
comment.
Ms. Michaela, do you have any information for us?
I do, give me one moment.
You may want to be on a board.
Give me just one moment.
You might want to be on.
That's what I think we need.
I hear you,
Obviously,
Mr. Persis.
y'all's concerned though.
Mr. Persis, thank you.
Talked to these people for 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Persis. Thank you. Thank you.
You know, yes or no.
Well, Michaela, Mayor, I have a question. While you're looking for whatever you're looking for, Michaela, for clarity, if we have an existing board member, I'm just asking the question because I kind of wrote this, but the existing board members are eligible to be named as an alternate to another board. Well, I wrote it that way, so I wrote it that way.
You wrote it that way.
It was written that way. That's how we-
Oh, okay, I got it.
Yeah.
I had to get used to that too.
But I just wanted
Figure it out.
to point that out.
You have to build a standard.
Okay. So several boards and commissions still need to fill in or replace appointments. And we have several vacancies. So District A has a Parks Board vacancy. District B, you have a KLMBC alternate vacancy. District C has a Board of Adjustments, a Building Standards, a Cemetery Board, and a KLMBC. And then Mayor, you have a Cemetery Board vacancy.
Nobody wants to be on the cemetery board.
No.
It's a dead in them.
No, it's all right.
All right, does anybody have, I'm sorry, Ms. Jensen. Yes, the Public Safety Committee is still intact. Absolutely. Does anybody have any appointments tonight? Hearing none, we'll move right past that. Thank you, Michaela. New business, items
you.
presented to council for discussion, possible action. It's 10:38, council. Let's see if we can put our track shoes on. 8-1, ordinance number letter O dash 2025-0022, amending fire prevention and emergency services fees in the Lamar Code of Ordinances, schedule of fees. Chief Mayor.
Evening, Mayor and Council. This is, so when you guys adopted the 2024 building and fire codes, the fee schedule is now out of line because it's in the 2018. So the fee schedule had to be updated because it references some of the fire codes that were no longer referenced in the 18 that are now referenced in the 24. So we took the fees, took the codes, replaced all of the numbers so that they coincide with the 2024 fire code, and made sure that all of our fees are applicable that are listed in the fire code, as well as surrounding cities, what they're charging, and made them where they were at for us.
Very good. Any questions for Chief Merriman on 8-1? Go ahead.
Chief, quick question for you. I read the proposed schedules. They're not necessarily applicable to someone that's building a home here in Lamarck, are they?
So those fees would fall under the building side. The fire code is life safety that primarily deals with commercials.
Commercial, that's what I'm saying. So they're not applicable to the residential.
Correct. That's
unless you have a fire alarm that keeps going off more than 3 times.
if you have a residential fire alarm that keeps going off, we look to ways to, generally the fire alarms that are happening, does not consider smoke detectors a fire alarm. A smoke detector, if a smoke detector goes off, if your smoke detector goes off 12 times, then we're going to come see what's wrong with it.
Mm-hmm.
The fire alarm is for false alarms to commercial businesses and things like that. A lot of times what that means is the fire alarm is in trouble and the business has not maintained it properly, or there are faults in the system that need to be fixed by a fire alarm technician.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else?
Yes, sir. Is this going to have any effect on the Main Street apartment complex?
No, sir. That is still under the 18 fire code. Their issues have nothing to do with the schedule of fees.
Okay.
So did your schedule fees go up by any percentage?
I'm sorry?
Did they go up? Your schedule fees, did they go up?
Yes, some of them did. And there are new fees in everything that is in red in your packet is what changed to meet the current code, and anything that got a different number added to it.
Because I do remember we were trying to look at that now, because you're doing the code enforcement too.
Yes, ma'am. Next one.
That part. Oh, that's the next one. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Anyone else?
Because those I really don't know. Those are the other ones I know.
Anyone else? Think we need a motion? I'll entertain a motion. Is there a second?
They went on. Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8-2. Ordinance number letter O -2025-0023, adopting an amended ordinance for Article 3 of the Lamar Code of Ordinances, coin-operated amusement machines. Chief Mayor.
Okay. So the fee schedule needed to be updated on that as well. You guys had requested a couple of years ago that the schedule of fees on that get updated. It never made it to y'all to get updated, but the budget revenue number got inflated to match the new number. So we started with a shortfall of $500 per machine, which is roughly 487 machines in this town, to the tune of about $400,000. Give or take.
Fire department's coming up with ways to address the budget deficit.
So because we did not get, the ordinance did not get before y'all to change the fee schedule in time. Because remember, it has to go out now. And it has to be approved because all of those applications go out in November, get collected in December for the new fiscal year, for the new calendar year. So the fee did not make it to the new fee, which was an additional $500 per machine to cover the cost of administrating them. But that revenue line item got inflated in the revenue side of the budget. And it didn't get brought back down because the ordinance never made it to council. So we're short in coin operated machines by that amount. Then Organized Crime Task Force shuts down 3 to the tune of 127 machines at $1,500 a machine. That's $200,000. That's $600,000 that we're short that I had no control over. So we are now getting the ordinance in front of y'all so that it goes out on the new application for December so that we can make this true. And the ordinance says that the new fee will be $1,500 a machine. The council we've looked at that. I've looked at other cities that have the ordinance. And we are well within that number to, that's about what it's going to cost us between fire marshal inspections and man hours to go out and inspect the facilities, do all the background checks, check all the machines, check the numbers on them. That fee is fair. We also increase the application fee per game room because of all of the background checks and all the time it takes to go through that to $2,500 per application. And then there is a criminal background check that has to be done for all employees who work in and there's a fee in the schedule for the background checks to be done as well, because those also take several hours of time for our people to track all that down.
Okay. Questions?
Yeah. This is we passed this, it'd be a first reading.
Has to be
right?
read twice.
Twice. So
Yes.
can this be acted upon Thursday?
I don't think it's on the agenda for Thursday.
Not yet, huh?
So
Yeah.
Because that would impact.
It's
the
talking-
planning to do it.
Talking
Next one.
to clerk's office, this was the first reading. The second reading would be the first meeting in October. Y'all would approve it. It would go into effect November 1st. We would change the application fee, send the applications out to everybody, collect them in December, and then start doing all of the inspections and investigations.
What was the previous cost per?
1,000.
Oh, was it also you went up 15? Okay, yeah, that is.
But when we originally, before I even took over code enforcement, you guys were discussing raising the fee to 1,500. For whatever reason, that number got translated into the revenue side of those permit fees in the budget. So we already had a budget overage of $500 times 487 machines. I don't math well. Mr. Ferguson could probably tell you that number right off the top of his head, but we're not going to put him on the spot right now.
Let's not do that. He already has to stay all night, right, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did have one other question. This coin operated amusement machine, do these include those things, the claws?
So that it does, but it doesn't, that falls under it. They don't pay those. So all coin operated amusements pay a tax of a certain dollar amount. The games, those games are considered
Fuzzy dice.
No, it's the name of it. Hang on just a second. I apologize. I can't remember what they call that one. Oh, it's It is considered in quite, but it's in the exemption clause in
Oh,
here.
exemption.
So there's a state tax, I think it's $35 per machine.
Okay,
And don't quote me on that number, but it's a much smaller number for your arcade machines, even your laundromat machines are supposed to pay a comptroller's fee for that. But those are in the excluded list under section 1757 for exemptions.
okay. So that would be applicable to someone, a vendor bringing in a little amusement machine at a festival and stuff like that. You're not going to be assessing them.
No, sir.
The smaller, okay, that's all. No, well.
I will entertain a motion. 8-2.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8-3. Ordinance number letter O -2025-0024. Approving an ordinance for increasing residential solid waste collection fees and charges. This is brought to us by utility billing. Mr. Ferguson, I believe you're gonna fill in. Huh? This is, let's make sure that the public knows, this is a proposed increase by contract.
Correct. In the contract we have with Waste Management, there is a yearly increase. I believe the number is 5%.
It is.
And so this increase is solely to make sure the city is not losing money on that increase
And by contract, we have to comply
Yes, sir.
or not have trash
or
service.
not have trash.
You have to pay it.
You have
The
to pay.
city has to pay it. This is a pass.
Yeah,
That's all.
passed it. Okay. Very good. Any questions for Mr. Ferguson as it relates to this contract or Ms. Holly even? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Hey,
8-4. Resolution number letter R -2025-0038. Authorizing certain officers of the city to sign and endorse checks and drafts of the city of Lamarque bank accounts. Ms. Holly.
So if you'll read the history, it's kind of sad. It talks about what's happened since January of all the different city managers and finance directors that you've had. And so the next few items are going to be putting Mr. Ferguson so that he can sign on the bank accounts. And then there's one, I think DWS,
That requires this both.
that
me
will
and
put
you.
both of us on. So this is simply to allow him to endorse checks and to move checks and to act as your finance director.
This is just simply adding Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, sir.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8-5. Resolution number R -2025-0039, authorizing certain officers of the city to sign and endorse checks and drafts of the city of Lamarque bank accounts. Ms. Holly, this is adding Mr. Ferguson as well. Is that
To
correct?
the logic, this is one of the investment accounts. Yes, sir.
Just adding Mr. Ferguson. I will entertain a motion.
So
Is
moved.
there a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8-6. Resolution number, Ms. Holbrook, let the record reflect that vote was 4-0. 8-6, resolution number letter R -2025-0040, authorizing certain officers of the city to sign and endorse checks and drafts of the city of Lamarque bank accounts. Is this Mr. Ferguson as well, Ms. Holly?
Yes, sir. It's to the DWS investment account.
I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 4-0. 8-7. Resolution number letter R -2025-0041, authorizing certain officers of the city to sign and endorse checks and drafts of the city of Lamarque bank accounts. Mr. Ferguson as well.
Yes, sir. This is for the Texas class account. Again, another investment account.
I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8-8. Resolution number letter R -2025-0042, authorizing certain officers of the city to sign and endorse checks and drafts of the city of Lamarque bank accounts. Mr. Ferguson.
This is to the, this is all, these are all the accounts, Texas First Bank account.
Very good. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8, what's that? 9, 8-9, amendment to hiring freeze. requesting to amend the city's hiring freeze to add a financial accountant to. I was at that meeting, Ms. Holly, where the Economic Development Corporation, Mr. Compion was there, Mr. Osteen was there, two members. They offered to fund an extra person for the finance department. Is that right?
That is
Is that
correct.
right, Ms. Ferguson?
That is correct.
And the city is under a hiring freeze. And in order for them to be able to provide for that financial person, that extra accountant, if you will, to help with these financial challenges, we have to lift that hiring freeze for this one particular position. Did we get it, council?
Yeah.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8-10, contract with Economic Development Corporation, entering into a contract with the Economic Development Corporation for a loan agreement. Ms. Ferguson.
Yes, so we met with the Economic Development Corporation, specifically related to the Revitalization Fund. So this is a fund that is not first generation sales tax dollars. This is revenues and interest from activities that the EDC has performed. Therefore, it is allowed to be loaned to the city. We had conversations and came to a agreement with the EDC on terms for a loan to the city. That was an amount of $1.5 million. There would be no restrictions on what those funds can be used for. That allows the city to use them as best fit for the city. That is at a term of 5 years to be repaid in a single repayment at the end of 5 years at a 1% interest rate. The city did retain an option to repay $500,000 interest-free if we have the funds available on April 1st of 2026. At which point it would be a $1 million repayment in 5 years at 1% interest.
Very good.
So
Any-
we really, please thank everyone that you know from the EDC. This was incredibly, incredibly generous.
That's true. That is
And the 5 years does allow us to, give us time to come up with the funds to repay them.
I believe they said to us when we were at that meeting, tell us what you need. Is that right, James? And so we are certainly appreciative of their gesture to help the city move forward. I will, if there are no further questions for Mr. Ferguson on item 8-10, I will entertain a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
No.
8-11, fire collective bargaining agreement. Approving the economic and non-economic negotiations of the fire collective bargaining agreement, 2025 through 2028. Fire administration. What's up, buddy?
And before they start, I would like to say again, how nice it was to work with people who were willing to pitch in when they saw what was happening. And I thank you gentlemen very, very much.
Very good. Did you want to lead?
Sure. So what you all have in front of you is a term sheet that we agreed to with the fire union. I'll let Chief Merriman, they represent a small increase spread across 3 years. I believe it's 2% in year 1, 3% in year 2, and 3% in year 3.
Correct.
They also represent some increases in certification pays and the physical fitness tests. What you all have in front of you is the term sheet highlighting all of those changes. And should you approve that, then I will amend the Word document of the CBA. But these are the changes that are being made that we are asking the council to sign off on. That oh yeah, the pay increases don't start until January 1 of 2026. And
None of the pay increases, including the certification increases, won't start until January.
January 26th.
They've foregone the collective bargaining unit for the fire department has foregone any monetary increases until after January. The only things out of this contract that will take effect October will be the guys have requested that we change to a 4896 schedule and do away with the Kelly Day, which the 12-hour Kelly Day is when you try to maintain a minimum staffing of 2 personnel on a fire truck, it is a cause of overtime now. And last year we had 1,860 hours of overtime backfilling because somebody had to be off on their mandatory Kelly Day. The guys have agreed to do away with the Kelly Day, so that basically will cut 1,860 hours of overtime out of our budget for the next fiscal year. The other thing they asked is that we added Juneteenth and Veterans Day to their list of approved holidays because previous city manager brought those in during a non-contract negotiation year. So we changed the verbiage to fix that. They adjusted their boot allowance because we provide a monetary, it does not cover a set of boots for these gentlemen to wear, but it does provide some financial relief in their boots. What we've done is provided them with a monetary increase and then stated that because in our budget, our maintenance budget, we have our uniform budget, we have to account for that amount of money, that boot allowance for every personnel for the entire year. These guys have agreed that if they don't buy their boots by March, that money can go into buying uniforms and safety gear for the entire department. We don't have to earmark those funds for the entire fiscal year. They expanded the collective bargaining to cover the EMS captain and the deputy fire marshal, who were positions that were added after the collective bargaining unit after the union contract was agreed upon last time. Those positions were created by council for the fire department, and they weren't included in the collective bargaining. So they are being placed in the collective bargaining unit as members of the union. What else do we have here? We had holidays. You guys got the wages, 4896. And then again, when we discuss the certification increases, it's those guys have to go get the training and acquire the certification before they get the monetary increase or incentive. It's basically paying incentives for things like fire officer and your paramedics and fire investigators and arson investigators and hazmat techs and hazmat incident commanders. The certifications that you can acquire through the Texas Commission on Fire Protection, they've asked for those certifications to be a $25 a month, various fees or various incentives monthly, but not until they go get the training and get the certification. So it would be the mayor said it in one of the first 2 meetings we had was a merit training based increase in pay for being better trained and serving the citizens better. And I think that's everything it covers. And it should the union believes on it so much, they've already signed the tentative agreement. So they didn't get everything they asked for. They asked for a whole bunch of merit-based incentives, but they agreed to decrease the number of total incentives to help the city through the financial problems that we're in now. So it's been a pleasure working with these guys for sure.
Captain Chandler,
Yes, sir.
what do you have to say?
Honestly, 3 years ago, y'all gave us the raises that we needed that raised our staffing level to where we are today. Now we bring before y'all a contract that we're, one, trying to maintain the staffing level, but two, it's now going to make our department even more desirable. The 4896 schedule is now what the departments nationwide are going to. We've shown Definitely we shown we're going to save money on overtime. And it's just been, hopefully we get this signed again, and 3 years down the road, we work together again and come out with another agreement.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Chief Merriman or for Captain Chandler, who is representing the local 3282 International Association of Firefighters?
I got a comment, Mayor.
Go
I
ahead.
just want to say thank you guys for, you guys never fail the city, and you have a heart. The love you guys have for this community it's amazing. And for what you guys are willing to do to sacrifice until next year, it's huge. And even going back for previous budgets, you guys have always, David's always done what he can to save every penny that he possibly could with remounting trucks and just being good with the taxpayers' money. And thank you guys for going above and beyond what you guys always do. And the maintenance on those rigs, I mean, even old Bob, I was just bragging about it over the weekend. That truck you could eat off the grill. I mean, and it's like 50 years old. So thank you to you guys for.
It's not quite that old.
Thank you for everything, and it shows a heart for the city, and I hope other people recognize it as well.
Anyone else? I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
The second,
Second.
any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 811, 812, excuse me.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Police collective bargaining agreement, approving the economic and non-economic negotiations of the police collective bargaining agreement 2025, 2026.
And before the chief says anything, again, his officers had negotiated a 7.1% raise. And when we had to come back to them and say, we're out of money, they dropped that to 4%. And I really appreciate the work that the officers of his department do and the difference that they have made in this community. And we thank them.
Mayor, I want to thank City Manager Gus and Michaela. Like City Manager mentioned, it was a lot of negotiation going on. They wanted a lot of stipend increases and so forth. And ended up going from 7.1% increase to 4% across the board starting in January, as the City Manager mentioned. Also, the other aspects of it was the comp time, and it's been a real expensive proposition. $1 today is worth $2 in 2 years, so it kind of becomes a bank account. So we finally negotiated the fact that when they get over 180 hours, they'll be paid. And it used to be, it did read, I don't know who made this up. It's when it got to 180, you had 45 days to bring it down to 120. It never happened. It kept getting higher. Now you could remember we paid thousands out about a year and a half ago so people would, not have that much money. So it's going to be, you work comp time, you're going to get paid for it. The other thing is, and the third thing, and unless I missed something, Michaela, the third item was we have some admin officers that work 8 to 4 or whatever it is. And I always use the city manager. She might have a meeting at 7 o'clock. Well, they come in at 8, and the way it is now, the person comes in at 8 and has to stay till 9 o'clock. And that's a lot of overtime. You got 5 hours overtime, and you add that up, a time and a half. So what I asked for, and they agreed on it, was at least once a month, anybody in an admin position like that I can tell them with notice, 7 days notice, that you'll have a meeting coming up on 7 days from now, and I'd like you to come in late. So you don't build up that overtime. It adds up. And it's so reasonable. So they agreed on that once a month for each person. So with that, the union, we asked for a lot, and they really got a lot less than they really wanted based on the bare bones budget that we're working with. So any questions?
Any questions for, go ahead, Jim.
At least to clarify the comp time. So they're going to go ahead and they can accumulate up to 180 hours But if they, once they accumulate that, there's no more comp time, but they're paid.
The city will pay it out.
Pay right out.
Because what was happening is people, you accrue comp time whenever you accrue it, but it gets to be a really big number. And then when you leave,
Right.
paid out at whatever the rate is, then.
Yes.
Does that?
It got out of hand, Mayor Pro Tem. It really got expensive and, you know, we got to keep it down. So, and that bringing it down to 120 and 45, that never happened because of issues. So we're doing that and they agreed on that. And I think we're good to go. We asked for some things that we didn't get, and I'm going to ask for it next year. We talked about appointing positions that we can appoint to certain people that as leaders, and we'll do that next year. Where that would not be a promotion through the promotion system. But anyway, that's another story. So for right now, we're good. Those three things, the raise was 4%, the comp time, they're going to get paid for it, and the admin people, admin officers will be able to flex out at my request and not earn the overtime for a future meeting, which is only reasonable. Okay, Mayor.
Good. Any more questions for Chief Argon? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8-8. Oh, 8-13, I'm sorry. Interlocal agreement. It's a long meeting, Gus. Interlocal agreement. Gulf Coast Auto Crimes Task Force, fiscal year 2025, 2026. That's what those two gentlemen were doing back there.
Mayor, thank you. Mayor, we have with us.
Let me finish.
I'm
Chief.
sorry.
Requesting the approval of the interlocal agreement with the Gulf Coast Auto Crimes Task Force, fiscal year 2025, 2026. I see an S. Hill.
Aaron.
Aaron, all right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Chief.
Yes, sir. We have Task Force Officer Aaron Skaggs, who works with the Auto Crimes Task Force, his boss here, Lieutenant Smitty Hill. And we have a flash drive in there, Linda. Okay, there you go. I'm going to let Lieutenant talk about it, but there's basically, they use there's four agencies that assist with 12 officers, one being ours. And, you know, I'll just say this, we've used this for 11 years. This is an annual grant, and this guy's worth his weight in gold. They pay his salary, they pay his overtime, and they give us a car, it's a 24 car. We pay the maintenance, the gas, the oil, and there's no maintenance because it's a 24 car and it's warranted, and we pay his fringe. But with that, I'll just say this and I'll let Lieutenant Smith, most of his cases are ours. So we're getting a good deal. The 75K that they're paying for him is on them, on the county, the sheriff. Okay, good, Lieutenant.
How's it going? If so, here in November, the League City Police Department's actually coming on board with this as well. So our task force sprawl is kind of expanding a little bit. If you can go to, there we go. All right, so just task force general stats. They actually have to keep up with about 56 different stats every month. It's crazy, but the two most important to me would be last year between Galveston and Brazoria County, we've recovered 347 stolen vehicles, and we've arrested 241 people for auto-related thefts. That includes BMVs, parts, burglary motor vehicles, stealing the vehicle themselves, the catalytic converters, that sort of thing too. So as he said, as the chief said before, we cover, or we, as in the grant that we apply for, the NVCPA grants us, we cover his salary. That $3,772 dollars of his overtime we provide. It was a new truck in 2024 when we got it. So he's driving a pretty new car because we didn't end up outfitting those vehicles here until about 8 to 10 months ago. So brand new car. We send him to at least 2 conferences a year as far as training goes. And we actually cover his reimbursement for per diem on those trainings when he's away. And, you know, typically they'll have two big conferences a year. One this year is in Houston. The other one was in Austin, or I'm sorry, Fort Worth. So we have to kind of cover the per diem on that kind of stuff. And we also provide his radio, his phone, and computer for his vehicle as far as, and his lights and stuff, all that stuff for his police vehicle. The only thing that City of Lamarck ends up being responsible for is his fringe. And I put that there. It comes out to about 24,665, which is usually ate up. That number is usually ate up by fuel, vehicle maintenance, and then the fringe. So it's not like you're having to cut a check for $24,000. It's already accounted for in his package. And then one other, please. All right. So quick stats through UCR and NIBRS. Lamarck comes out of about 10 points higher than the average when it comes to auto related thefts. Okay. Which puts it at about number 6 in the county out of 27. Obviously, some of those are constables' offices and stuff like that. So realistically, as far as the criminal stuff, it puts us 6 out of about 14 is what it comes down to. But you do have a pretty solid number as far as those things occurring in your city. 53 burglaries reported as of now, 37 actual vehicle thefts, and then the parts like the catalytic converters, that sort of thing, is we have 12 of those. So you're sitting around 100 crimes per year. And right now, the stats in Texas, they went down 20% last year. And as of this year, Galveston County is up about 30%. So it's up about 10% on the average at this point. So it's kind of an ever-changing thing. Legislation comes in and helps us out a little bit, and then criminals change the game on us. So we have to kind of adapt to it.
Very good. Before you do that, I saw 2 sheriff's departments.
Yes.
Galveston County, what was the other one?
Brazoria County.
Brazoria County.
Yes, sir. So, and I didn't mention, our area of coverage is Brazoria County and Galveston County. And basically southern Harris County. And when I say southern, I mean like the Webster, that little South Belt area that's kind of out of their way to cover. We cover it for them. And we handle Chambers County and Matagorda County by request. Not a whole lot of requests come out of those guys. Their population and the density out there is a little different. So we don't have to deal with a whole lot of that.
I heard you say League City joined?
Yes, sir. They begin with the task force November 1.
Is that by invitation?
So originally Texas City actually asked us to come on board. Yeah. So when we went to our grant funding process, we asked for a position for another detective in there. And Texas City, I guess, has experienced some hiring issues and stuff like that. So they were unable to provide a person. And we've had a pretty good partnership with League City for a while, as well as they were members of the task force prior. Okay. So we offered them that chance.
So it is by invitation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. These thefts, these are in the city of Lamarck.
These right here are the city of Lamarck.
The law that was passed with regard to the catalytic converter etching and stuff, did that have any impact in reducing?
It helped tremendously, actually. It makes so around that time when the cat thefts were real big, you're looking at like the 2018, 2019 kind of COVID time, right? Cats were being stolen and sold anywhere between $800 and $1,000 a piece.
Yeah.
The current market value on a cat right now, being as how they regulated it so much, is about $100.
Wow.
It's not worth stealing almost.
Oh.
Unless you're just super desperate, it's not worth stealing.
Thank you.
Very good.
I do have a question real fast.
Yes, ma'am.
The plastic, the new law that just came out about the
tags.
the tags. Could you please explain that? Because a lot of people don't. And
I will do my best.
Okay.
Y'all are probably just confused as we are because it seems like it changes daily how it works. Originally, when they came out, we just started showing up on. We knew they were coming, but then we started seeing them. We're like, okay, we'll run it, right? Nothing. Comes back to absolutely nothing. So we've since then kind of figured out a way to run them, and basically what it's doing is it's eliminating that paper tag, because I can almost guarantee you, without looking at Lamarck's statistics, that if you had a major crime occur in your city and they used a vehicle, that is what was on that car, and it did not belong to it. It's very easy to interchange, and people were just printing them at home.
Right.
So it made it super hard for us to keep up with people plate flipping on us. And what those metal tags are doing is now the dealerships have to give that tag, and that tag is specific to that vehicle. So it gets assigned at the dealership when they put it on your car. And then later, like regular, your actual plates will come in.
Right, because
But
what's
it-
happening is people are still buying cars with those paper tags.
You are 100%
And,
correct.
and people don't know that
So
they shouldn't have.
we deal with that ongoing issue when we offer our 68-day inspections for the bonded title process and all that. And we find a lot of stolen vehicles that way because they think they seemingly just bought a car on Facebook for their kid for, $2,000. They bring it in and it's stolen. And it's because they hit it really well for them.
Any further questions? Hearing none, we will entertain a motion.
So moved.
The second,
Second.
any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
8:14, interlocal agreement, City of Lamarck and Drainage. City of Lamarck and Drainage District Number 2, authorizing the city manager to execute an interlocal agreement with Galveston County Drainage District 2 to maintain the ditches.
So Mayor, this just gives me the authorization to create this with them. If you want me to come back with it, I will. Otherwise, I will just do an interlocal agreement with them if you will authorize me to get that done.
Very good. Any questions from Ms. Holland? Hearing none, let's entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? 8:15, requests for qualifications, grant administration services, requesting qualifications for grant writing services for the city of Lamarck. Ms. Holland.
We have had a very successful grant writer in Alice Ashley, but her contract expired in 2023. So in order for us to be consistent with our procurement that the state and the feds require of us, we're going to have to go back out to bid. Miss Ashley thinks that she might be able to get us something that would allow us to go sole source. I have not seen that yet, but what we'll be doing is preparing those documents to go out and getting a proper RFQ so that we can then get the grant writer reimbursed from the grant, because currently we can't do that because we don't have a valid contract. It expired. So we're really happy with what she's done. We're hoping that she will be the successful bidder, and if she can be the sole source, we're good with that, but we just have to make it right.
Good. Did you have something?
Mayor, I've sent that to you twice, the information on the sole source, Ms. Holly, even to your private email. And Gus, I've copied you on it as well too.
Yeah, I got it Friday
So,
afternoon.
yeah, that and on this stuff. So I would like us not to take any action on this because I think she qualifies as a sole source provider. The cities of Houston and Galveston all operate under sole source providers in this area.
Okay.
So
I know the city has previously put this out for bid.
but
For
that,
Well, it was done. I mean, it was done and typically,
so that's, I would ask us just to come back with this under, not take action. She has unique value to us in the city. And I don't want to interfere with all the work that's going on, all the reimbursement requests that are going on, they're monitoring the police grants, the fire department as well. Miss Ashley, I'm talking about you. And so I would like us to come back this as a sole source provider. That's
and
my
the
request.
city has procured other grant companies through solicitation.
Say that
Well-
again, say that, hold on a minute, John. Say
Yeah.
again, and I hate
And they
it.
don't have.
Say that again, yes.
I believe GrantWorks was procured both for some Hurricane Barrel reimbursements and for, I know they were for some Hurricane Barrel reimbursements because I remember seeing those proposals that went out and, then I believe they were also secured from ARPA as well.
That
I
is
don't know if they're
correct.
being used, but
They were utilized for ARPA. For ARPA. A barrel, I'm not so sure about. But once again, regardless, under this category, I believe it's sole source.
to your.
And Gus will have an opportunity to study further
Yeah.
as well with material if there, but I recommend that we bring it back as sole source.
You have a question, Tony?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so we have GrantWorks or no? GrantWorks is a grant administrator for the city?
Well, we have multiple grant administrators, and I'm sorry, I don't check my personal email generally, sir, so it's best to send it to the city, but it says that non-competitive sole source procurement is allowed when the service is available only from a single source. A public exigence, I can't say it, exigency or emergency will not permit delay. The awarding agency authorizes sole source or competition is determined inadequate. So typically you would go out to bid. I just think that she, because of her
I think
history with the city, is going to score very well.
Yeah, they do a really good job is not really a reason for sole source. That's a reason to pick them, but that's not. Does that make sense, Ms. Griffin? You're looking at me confused.
Yeah, but that
You-
was none of, but her contract has expired.
Correct.
So you gotta go back out for bid.
So why would we table this if her contract has expired?
I want to bring it back as sole source to continue the relationship. Or either alternatively, extend the contract. That would be the other action.
We can't do that with an expired contract. We already got talked to by the GLO about not doing appropriate requisitioning on the contract with Miss Ashley. So we need to get that corrected.
I'm sorry, I want to see it in writing.
Oh,
I want to see
yes,
that in
sir.
writing.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
I want to see that in writing.
Okay. so
It's
you-
enough of this. I want to see stuff in writing now.
Yes, sir.
Be careful, Joe.
No, I know, I'm getting the Joseph Lutler here.
Be careful, Joe.
Yes, I support that.
I'm sorry, so you were reading all of those bullets, and so this is a valid option or no?
I would say it likely is not.
Okay.
I would think we have to go through a competitive process. You do not do it on price. You do it on qualifications.
But once again, due diligence in my book is you reach out, make the request to GLO, as you said, they previously said no. I want to see it in writing, make a request. I want to see it in writing.
Yes, sir.
What's their response?
Yes, sir.
That's for me the best.
Yes, sir.
And let me just, can I add this, Mayor?
Happy to.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So a sole source provider is simply saying you're the only one in the area that can provide that type of expertise. That's gonna be very hard to do on this. I think just to play it safe, what you do with one, you do for all. Because it's just to make sure that we do the right thing by opening it up. She is very good. But at the same time, we've got to protect the city and protect her as well to make sure that it's done right. Sole source provider is not as easy to prove as some people may think. Because I've been a sole source provider when I provided staffing for schools. And so you have to really say how you're the sole source. If not, someone can challenge that, and that's a whole nother issue. So if we do that as a sole, if you want to table it, I don't have a problem with it, but I think she'll be fine. I mean, but of course we can't say that because we're not on that part. We're not involved in that process.
I'll send you the other.
But so I don't know how she would be a sole source if she's a grant writer. So I don't know.
Well, to be clear, it's not just the grant writing, it's grant administration. And when grant works, our agreement with it was related to ARPA.
Right.
That
right.
was their expertise. This, Miss Ashley's.
No,
predates.
you all procured Grant Works to do your hurricane barrel reimbursement. And then
Right.
for reasons unknown to me, staff chose to not use them, but they were procured.
Well, I would
Oh,
like to
okay.
see that. I don't know. I don't know. That's first I'm hearing it too. right?
Yeah, it was brought to council.
Yeah, it's about
So-
That's to do that.
That's to do that, right?
Yeah, we had to do it twice, once in an emergency,
I remember.
and then we had to come back once the emergency was passed.
Right.
I kind of vaguely remember emergency, but just reference me that, okay?
Okay.
Like I said, I'd like to get
wanna
the
table
additional
it?
information. I request we table it,
Okay.
get the.
I mean, why can't we just, question, Joe? Why can't we just go out for bids and we don't have to choose any entity that would bid if in fact what you're saying bears out. We can just not award the bid and then enter into a sole source contract
with Ms. Ashley. I think, and I know you're not trying to do this. I know you're not. I know what you're trying to do. But I think that, if the attorney and the manager are suggesting that we at least start the process, and then we don't start the process, that's where that C word starts to creep in. The corruption starts to creep in. And I know that's not what you're saying. I want to be clear.
No.
I want to be clear. That's not what you're saying. But that's what other people can possibly say. And so my question to Gus is this: if we start this bid process and what Joe is saying bears out, we don't have to award a bid to anyone. We can decline to award a bid and then enter into this sole source with
Or you could award it to this person, should they bid.
Yeah.
if the person that in question bids, they may. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you.
If you
Call
get
it,
pit-
call it sole source.
If you get 5 bids, it's gonna be hard to call it sole source.
Well,
But
that's what
if
I'm
you
saying.
don't go out for bid because you're afraid you're gonna get bids, that's a,
But that's why,
you know.
Mayor, that's why I'm asking us to table. It's exactly his point. We put it out, we accept the request for qualifications. Then we find out, oh, it's all right to do sole source based upon these after she comes back. We've already proceeded with this motion to pursue.
But we
request for
wouldn't have to award those bids. We don't have to award bids.
So sole source is, one of the things that was cited from the CFRs is the service is only available from a
In that
single
area,
source.
right.
Well, if it's y'all get 5 bids, then it's not.
It's not sole source. Yeah.
And if we get
So
five,
there's a
let's,
public
No,
exigency
no,
or emergency, there's no declared disaster.
That's right.
let's walk this out. We get 5 bids, right? And what Joe's saying bears out. We can say, that's great, we had 5 bids, but now we have more information.
Yeah, y'all would have to grade those bids as not really being responsive to your solicitation, to your request. Which could be the case, I don't know what you'll get.
So so let me ask you in a more direct way.
Sure.
If we vote to go out for bids tonight, and what Joe is saying bears out, are you saying we then wouldn't be able to stop the bidding process, is what
You
you
would
would?
have to reject the bids as not being.
We can simply just reject them.
But we're just doing too much work. We just defer this until
Yeah, but
the next agenda item, and we'll have the idea. We'll just either by that time we'll know we can go sole source based upon written information from GLO, who she principally deals with on these. And is it in compliance? And if not, then we go ahead and.
Well, I'm not gonna say based on the word of a vendor that
You can.
the service is only available from that vendor. I'm not gonna take that from the vendor,
No, he's saying from GLO.
Well, that's what
still a
that's what's
vendor.
been presented.
Oh,
Is we can do this.
I
The
didn't
vendor,
discuss.
no,
I
the-
did not say that. I said from GLO.
Yeah, but that's what the vendors told us. That's what she told us. She said that we can rely that this service is only available from her.
I understand that, Gus. That's what I sent you. I just said she's going to contact GLO to
Right.
confirm.
But I'm saying these are city records. We now have a vendor saying, no one competes with me. I am telling this council that if you proceed on a sole source, there is legal risk. And that's
Okay,
all I'm
that's all I
saying.
need to hear.
That's all I'm saying. Y'all are free to disagree with me.
I disagree.
Okay,
That's
I will, any further discussion?
I just asked we table it.
Okay. Well, we're getting ready to have a motion, entertain a motion. I will entertain a motion for the request of qualifications for grant administration services.
Oh, aren't you going to entertain a motion to table?
Yeah, is that, you
Yeah,
just make the motion?
motion to table.
Well, I will, we have a motion on the floor to table. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a motion and a second to table. There's no discussion on the table. All in favor of tabling this motion signify by saying aye. There are 3. All of those are opposed? Nay. The motion carries to table 3-2. Very good. Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
9, City Manager's Report. Submitted report to update council and community on the standard operations of the city. This report can be acknowledged as a whole. are discussed at the pleasure of council. Council, as always, I will read off these three items. If you see one that interests you, just yell and we will have more discussion about it. 9-1, August 2025 Municipal Court Monthly Statistics. 9-2, August 2025 Crime Rate Statistics. 9-3, Monthly Projects Report. Very good. Is that your good of the order? Or is that 9-3?
It's, should be 9.
9-3.
I just want you guys, sorry, the council to have.
Ms. Holly, I've noticed that all your stuff is really, really wide.
No, I like it's visible, right? You. can
So,
see.
and many of these, Alice Ashley was helpful for us. Just so that we can see all of the grants and the projects that we're working on. And you can see the funding agency is, contract number, what the project is. And just so that you know what is happening in your city based on the grants. Okay.
Any questions about this fabulous readable, right?
Readable, right? Visible, readable, yeah. Color coded even. So if it doesn't have a percentage, it hasn't started. It says progress under the progress line.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
That should be, but I can tell you that that's not accurate because like Wisteria Stormwater should be just about done. So some of those are going to have to be updated and Miss Ashley does the updating for that. So we'll get you an up-to-date spreadsheet.
And is this where you talk about the man boat ramp?
The boat ramp was the very first one on there that which should be at 100%.
Wish Mr. Holcomb was here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyone else on this?
Well, this is monthly projects, and then we got the court stats and we got the crime stats. So where are the rest of the monthly report?
I did not know there were others, so let me know what they're supposed to be and I'll make sure you get them. What other monthly reports are there?
I guess she's referring to the finance report.
You
Right?
talking about the finance report?
No.
Reports and stuff.
We can move on.
Fox board.
No, we can move on.
Everybody's getting feisty. Now you got me scratching my head.
Yeah, wondering.
You don't want to tell us? Okay, all right, I know that look. 9-4, items for the good of the order. Ms. Holly.
We have Coffee with the Cop that is happening on October the 1st from 9:30 to 11:30. So if you want to get your caffeine in and meet with an officer, it will be at Barcenas, if I'm saying that correctly, Mexican.
Barcenas?
And so that's going to be October 1st. We have National Night Out, which is usually a really great event. And that's going to be Tuesday, October the 7th. That will start at 6 p.m. at the Highland Bayou Park. And we have Trunk or Treat that is coming up Thursday, October 23rd, 5:30 to 7:30. And if you want to host a trunk, you can call the library and host a trunk. We have a candlelight vigil in honor of National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And that will be 6 to 7, Thursday, October the 2nd in the council chambers. We have a unified town hall meeting that will be October the 4th, 11 to 12:30, and that will be at the Central Fire Station. So that's what we have for the good of the order.
There it is. Any questions for Ms. Holly on the good of the order? Hearing none, we don't have any items under executive session. We don't have any actions to take, because we don't have any items under executive session, from executive session. We are now at item 12, requesting announcements. It is 11:37, and I am not going to read all of that tonight. And so let's govern ourselves according, council. This is on every one of our agendas, so we don't know what we can speak about and what we cannot speak about. Ms. Griffin,
Yes, sir.
it is your turn. Do you have any requests, announcements?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem and I, had a conversation about doing some, community service initiatives. And one of the ones we want to do, and I think the third week of October, that Saturday, is host a food distribution drive with, Salvation Army. And the other thing that we wanted to do was a community service Thanksgiving dinner in November, I think, Mayor Pro Tem, I think it was the 8th. I can't remember what day we talked about. So we wanted to present that to council, and initially, our thoughts are this would not involve the city because we know that staff is stretched and yada, 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 so this would be volunteer based.
And private donation.
Yes. That's all I have.
Mr. Lowry.
Ms. Hawley, there's there's a lot of citizens that are feeling like District C is intentionally being left out. I've been requesting things that be done in my district, and it's not happening. And so if it's not you and it wasn't JB, then perhaps it's somebody in Public Works. But maybe we can find out who and why things aren't being addressed in District C, because as you heard from a constituent tonight, they feel the same way. It's a concern. It's been going on for too long. So maybe we could look into what's causing that issue.
Absolutely, sir. I did get a list from the Public Works Department that showed all the items that had happened, and I will get that distributed. But I also would ask, can I get the list of what you're asking for? And I can find out where it is in the queue.
Sure. I sent, I think it was 89 pictures with various addresses. I sent them to Mr. Garcia. I sent them to the city clerk. So there should be a record of them unless something's happening to.
Okay, and so you sent 89 pictures to?
City emails.
Okay.
And with addresses, and there's also been request trackers submitted as well.
Okay.
I mean, it's just about every street in my district. And then I lost my train of thought there. I've submitted an open record request at the request of my constituents almost 2 weeks ago, and I have not gotten a proper response. I need to know on the recall for 2 people that I requested. They requested 2 people, and I did not get that. That is a city clerk question to answer.
I'm sorry, I thought you got that information because we have that.
No, I did not receive
I
it.
apologize. I will get
And I
that
had a
to you
meeting
tomorrow.
set up with constituents, not in my district, but citizens that had asked me to do this. And so that was last weekend, and it never happened because I didn't have the information to give them.
I should be able to get that to you tomorrow.
Thank you. I would they would greatly appreciate that as well.
Okay.
Sure.
District C is doing a Halloween contest. We did it last year as well. It was really neat. So submit to, I guess, well, I'll figure out what email or what to use for that, but we're doing a decoration contest through District C. So anybody that wants to participate in that, we had some pretty cool stuff, and there was a house that had tens of thousands of dollars in Halloween decorations. Pretty neat. So thank you for everything. And that's it for today.
You done?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Yancey?
Congratulations to Miss Vera Gary that we attended her naming of the old Lamarck ISD admin building. That was a sight to behold to see that building named after her. So kudos to TCISD board for that. And to Vera Gary, that has been a longtime resident of District A. The October 4th town hall meeting, remember we talked about making sure we have enough gear to give out to residents and shirts and that kind of nice stuff for that day. We have been telling our District A persons to be, that's the proper forum to come and ask the questions and to come meet with your councilman as well. September 27th is the Reverend James Daniels funeral this Saturday at Rising Star at 1 o'clock. And so we are in prayer for that family. Our hearts goes out to Reverend Daniels. The last time that we spoke was the day of the press conference that I held, and he sent me a text that said, I am in the hospital, but you just stand on the truth. And that's what we've been trying to do, is to stand on the truth. So in memory of James Daniels, we will continue to do that. His great work in civil rights here in Galveston County for many, many, many decades, and his work as a local union man as well. He had a heart attack and died very unexpectedly, and all of us are taking it pretty hard, especially with the climate that we're dealing with here in the city. I'm going to ask that I need to have a meeting with you and Gus concerning the safety of my family and the lack of the cities being locally terrorized with lies going after our jobs, all of that. I think it's time that the citizens know that story, because though we have fixed everything, we're fixing it. We've got to call for peace. So this is getting really out of hand and very dangerous for my family. That's why I asked most of them not to come tonight, but I see my son is here as a way to protect me. But I've asked my family not to come to these meetings because of the potential of what may happen. And I'm going to ask this council to please stand on the truth and respect our mayor and this administration, and to speak up. And if you're not going to speak up, then why are you here? Because leadership is about having courage. And we need people that's going to have courage and tell the truth. So thank you for that personal privilege, Mayor as well. But I want us to all be praying for that family, James Daniels, who has done a lot to bring us together. And we are looking for leaders who will bring our community together. Thank you so much for your work. I look forward to coming back on Thursday, and let's see what we can do to kind of squeeze that to do that. And I think that's all I have. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem?
Likewise, my condolences to the Reverend Daniels family. Last time I saw him was probably about a month ago in his little wheelchair at Kroger. And so it's a shock to hear his passing. And I'm excited to work with Councilmember Griffin on our little projects that we have going on. And we'll be having some more information on that, rather simply location and things of that nature. I don't know, by the way, do we have a location for the town hall meeting or not?
It's at the fire
Central
station.
Fire Station.
Oh, the central fire, that's right, yeah, I'm sorry, yes. And today I attended a luncheon of the Bay Area Economic Development Group.
Yeah.
A speaker was Senator Ted Cruz. He said a lot, but the most important thing was in the recent bill that was passed by the Senate and the House, they preserved significant funding for NASA and the International Space Station.
Say it again.
Yeah, in the bill.
They did what?
They preserved
They preserved, yes.
significant funding for the space station and NASA. And so they They're
The
trying to
Washington trip.
expand some stuff there.
Yeah.
And that hopefully will have some impact in our community as well too. Thank you to all for your
And the
patience.
educational
Thank you
summit.
for, sorry?
The educational summit.
The with the one recently attended? Oh, yes, we did attend the educational summit over at College of the Mainland with the superintendent from Dickinson High School, Dickinson ISD, Superintendent Delgado from Texas City ISD, and the College of the Mainland, the new President Brewster. And it was informative. TJ, I know you were there. And were you? I think I saw you.
What have I got?
It was, and filming. It was certainly something to be aware that the city of Lamarck, so long we were so spoiled by having, our own district, I'll say that, but we forget that city of Lamarck, I see Chief Smith back there. We in fact impacted by four ISDs, two there, Dickinson and Texas City, and then Hitchcock ISD and Santa Fe on the west side. So thank you all. Thank all the staff with regard to all the hard work. We forget to say thank you. And I apologize if I got my type A personality out for a minute. So my apologies for that. I'll try harder. I'll go like after confession. We don't call it confession anymore. We call it reconciliation. I'll have to go break 10 Hail Marys or something like
It's
that.
not confession.
Yeah,
anymore.
okay.
Now,
Thank
when
you.
it's my turn, I don't want to hear nothing from nobody.
Well, I would like to thank the Economic Development Corporation for a wonderful meeting the other day. They have their hearts in the right place, and that is on what's best for the city of Lamarck. And they offered to expend as many resources as possible, legally possible, financially possible, to help get our city through a crisis that was not created by them nor by this council. And so it's good to know that you have people who are willing to make sacrifices in order for our city to be able to move forward. Mayor Pro Tem, you serve on that committee. Mr. Osteen serves on that committee as well. Mr. Gene Smith serves on that committee. Mrs. Tracy Steens serves on that committee. And Mr. Cleveland Lane serves on that committee, as well as Alex Getty being the executive director of that committee. Wonderful, wonderful meeting. Carlton being the attorney for that committee and for that subsidiary of this great city. I was able to attend and read into the record, if you will, proclamation for a fabulous person in Miss Vera Bell Gary. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for attending. Ms. Yancey, I want to thank you as well. Ms. Griffin, I saw you there as well. Ms. Gary was a great educator in this community, a great community organizer in this community, and a great collaborator in this community. And we all can learn a lot from her service. One of the things that she said on that day was that she was happy and sad at the same time. And I asked her why. She was sad. And she said because she knew what it took to get here. Meaning she knew the sacrifices it took to be successful in building community. The other thing she said was, and she said this to as many people, Miss Holly, as she could, I am 99 years old and I will be 100 in 3 months. And so prayers go up for Mrs. Vera Bell Gary and for her to be with us through 100 years and beyond. I was also saddened to hear about the passing of Reverend James Daniels, who was one of the union, the non-collective bargaining union. We did have a non-collective bargaining union in the city at one time that was very active. He was one of their representatives, and he knows the city of Lamarck. Been here all his life in Lamarck, West Texas City area. He knows the employee base of this great city. And he continued to serve until his last breath. I believe I received a text from him about 4 days before he died, asking if a deceased carcass of a dog could be removed from one of the residents' homes outside of their home in Lamarck. And so until his last breath, he was serving this community with distinction. We are certainly sad that he will no longer be with us, but we are excited about the legacy that he left us. And we look forward to being able to walk in his shoes, to continue to serve, whether we are on council or in the community, until our last breath. For that is, in my opinion, the purpose of mankind. Ms. Holly, I would love to see on the 25th of this month, $910,268. I don't know if it's 68 or not. Cut from our budget. That's me. I would love to see that. That would solve so many problems in our community. And it would be a good faith action to move forward in our relationship with this great, great community. There's nothing further. It is 11:54, and I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye, we stand adjourned.